22 years.
Oh, wow. That's a long time. Goodness.
You know, the gays fucking up relationships for everyone.
I was married for 24 years
We did,
to 3 different husbands.
hey,
But 24 years nonetheless.
we haven't even
Hence
got
why I
married
won't
yet.
ever do it again.
We just got engaged in November, so, you know, going slow.
Okay. Congrats.
Thank you.
284918.
I appreciate all. Listen, I understand all of the Trump supporters in the comment section. I know your cousin wasn't available tonight. She's,
Wow.
but
Mississippi.
we can't hear you. You're muted.
Hello.
Ah,
So I'm
How
not
old
like
are
a
you?
Trump supporter.
How old are you?
Shit. I'm like,
you have to think about how old you are. I am,
He's like,
shit. Deer in headlights.
he sounded like he was like 12.
That's a no. That's a no.
Oh, you were saying something about Casey before?
Yeah, I had to message. He's been sickness, like the cough and stuff. So.
Is it back again?
Huh?
Is it back again? Is it the same cough he had like in the room, the dehumidifier and everything?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Same cough. He went
Had to go.
to the doctor. Well, he went to like urgent care or whatever, and they told him like they told his mom like, oh, he's supposed to be sick he'll be sick pretty much every 2 weeks till he's 5, and I was like, that's not right at all.
What?
And yeah, I was like, anyways, she set up a fucking doctor's appointment to hopefully get him referenced to like an immunologist or something. Yeah, I was like, nah. Listen, I'm not a doctor, but that's a no from me. Arrivederci. I mean, he's had the same cough for 2 months, so.
Yeah.
As a paramedic, my opinion, no one fucking asked. Oh, you have 2.8 million. Come in. What are you doing? Why are you tripping from this fucking stands?
Are there pets at his mom's? Does his mom have
My
any
opinion
pets?
as a paramedic, I'm wildly uneducated. Don't know what
Yikes.
peer-reviewed means. Yeah, I was wondering if he had asthma.
I hope he doesn't. Hopefully it's something he'll outgrow.
Did you say Dudden? Are you in the South?
Me?
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm in Alabama. Yeah.
Oh, I heard.
Unfortunately.
No, I heard that. I heard no, it doesn't. I'm like Dudden. I know that.
Didn't. Yeah. Yep. Just moved back after being gone for 30 years to care for my elderly parents. Moved here back from Dallas.
Katrina, appreciate it. Thank you. Bean, thank you.
Aren't you? Didn't you say you were in Texas, Fish? Where are you, Fish?
Oh no, I'm up in New England states. I was in
okay.
Pennsylvania, but I escaped on purpose. I grew up there and I got the hell out.
Yeah. Thanks. Black and red. It's different here. It's like a different country. But
My partner's family's from North Carolina, so I like fucking with people there when I go to visit.
right.
Man. You know, at some point, I've talked about this previously. At some point, I genuinely hope to get a fucking travel trailer. I've talked about that pretty extensively, and I've never pulled the trigger.
Why not? What's stopping you?
Oh man, honestly, like I do have the car, kinda, but I don't know.
Do it.
It's like one more thing. I think the thing is like most of it's not. I'm not gonna be like it's kind of sucks because most of the time I'm not gonna be moving around that much with it. But when I do move, it's a weird thing between having a trailer that's like bigger
have the
and a
device.
trailer that's more compact. It's kind of that
Right.
double-edged thing. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Moving here.
Anything that means you can travel more.
And you're still
but I
wanting
love
to
travel.
have one. You're still wanting to buy one to pull to tow.
Yeah, I mean it's got to be
Secure
under
the bomb.
3,500 pounds, which is a problem.
Mm.
Go. That sounds like a lot. See, that's the thing. Like, I could go with like an older SUV or something that I don't need that much for.
We lost
I'm
that
not-
round.
And that's
Ready
what's
up for the
going
next one.
Yeah, you know what?
I have to buy that.
It's
and everything.
0-1,
I just don't-
0-1.
That's a lot. So,
I have dreams of doing a
Like,
school.
I-
I'm still.
Search and destroy.
I wanna revamp the school
Saber 1.
bus.
Set a charge on the target
I would
and
love
detonate it.
Awesome. There's some really nice schoolies out
Bomb
there.
secure.
I'd love that.
I'd love it.
yeah.
The whole idea of just
No.
having your house with you everywhere you go is very appealing to me for some reason. I don't know why. I've always kind of wanted to be a nomad
Yeah.
for 20 years.
Oh my
Nomad,
fuck.
just travel and live in a bus.
I mean, I'd love to retire.
Well,
I mean, I don't. For work, I drove the trailer for a number of years. Like, I had a trailer attached, and
Nice.
you know, some of them,
We
you
took a
know,
loss
they
there.
bother
Let's
me.
not repeat it.
So, but I, like, for casing and stuff, I think it would be really fun to be able to go places and a lot easier to take them places if I didn't have to, like,
Oh shit, that's cool.
Search and destroy.
Oh, Paige, that'd be great in Europe. I would love that in Europe.
All Saber.
you know,
Plant a
here's the
charge on
thing.
the
I've
target and
thought
level
about
it.
remodeling my own fucking
We have the device.
trailer or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, every time I think about the amount of work that goes into that would take me so fucking long. I've had that thought probably like a dozen. I don't know. I've had that just in the last year. I probably had that thought a dozen times. Like I could like remodel my own and make it super dope. And then I'm like, man, that's so much fucking work. And I know how much work it is because I wanted to do it for a long time. So I used to spend like a lot of time like watching videos. This is before it became like a crazy fad, right? People were doing it, but now there's videos and shit everywhere. And I wanted to do this like 10 years ago or more.
Switching sides.
Obviously people did it then, but now it's like the, you know, people do
Search
it.
and destroy.
It's like the thing to do. And I was
Saber
cool before
1.
it was cool.
Set security on the
And,
objectives.
and so yeah, I know how much work goes into it. I spend a lot of time thinking about what I would do besides the trailer. I don't have that kind of time. You know what I mean?
I think I've mentioned on here before, I was buying an ambulance to revert into a RV. But I did. I took it to have it inspected, and it was the people said it was a rust bucket underneath, so I didn't end up getting it. But I almost did.
Two things you should know. One, that makes camping more fun. The aspect of it being haunted. You know what I mean?
Right.
Second thing you should know is if you
1
get a
minute left.
U-Haul, or you get like even a, you know, with buses it can happen, but if you get like a U-Haul or you get like an ambulance, it's incredibly specific parts. And it's not parts that you can find. Like if U-Haul breaks, those parts are incredibly expensive. Like they can be like $1,000.
Yeah.
So like if you are, a good thing to do would be to like get like school buses.
Took a loss there.
those
Let's not repeat
the
it.
access buses or whatever, the handicap ones. The reason being is because there's a ton of them, and there's a ton of them laying in yards where people are parking them out. But if you go with like an ambulance, the parts on that are usually
Search
like,
and destroy.
built on an ambulance platform. There's not a ton of them.
All Saber,
Yeah.
defend the objective.
So like a lot of the parts that are custom built for the ambulances, you have to like either get manufactured or it costs a ton of money. Plus, it costs a ton of money to fucking fix too.
Yeah, I know. I went through a spell where I was like, man. Well, actually, there's a Project Amber on YouTube. There's a guy out in the UK who revamped an ambulance, and it's a freaking man. It's just incredibly awesome. And yeah, I just had all these dreams of like fixing up the ambulance and living in it because I worked at the hospital, so it's like it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. I could kind of stealth camp, you know, there in the hospital parking lot. And nobody would be the wiser, but yeah, it just didn't turn out. And I'm a big believer that things happen for a reason, so it just wasn't meant for me to get that old rust bucket, and I'm glad I didn't. Now looking back, but I still want to do a schoolie
Final
though.
minute.
They are awesome.
God, that
School buses
Luke-
last forever. They last forever.
That Luke person's still in there. What you could do is like if you guys want, you can go to if you're looking for a cheap alternative,
planted
like
at
go to
Bravo.
like County Island.
Yeah.
I've been to a couple of them. They'll have like a lot of like they'll have like access buses or
Survivor.
and a lot of random shit. So I do want a trailer though. I was thinking about Hilo.
We're not even talking about it. They're crying because we're not talking about anything relevant. Oh man, we must
This
keep
guy
them
again.
engaged.
We've defused the bomb.
All right.
This round is
I just
ours.
want to ask you guys
Ready
a
up for
question.
the next one.
No.
Sure.
Search and destroy.
You guys don't sound like you really want to hear me out right now. But
All Saber, secure the
so-
perimeter.
About-
Hostile UAV
The
in
last
the
take was
area.
kind of.
I know.
Go ahead.
And I did a little bit of research. All right. And so have any of your guys' children ever played a sport?
I don't have children.
Okay.
My
well,
son's 2.
so let's just say your child was playing a sport, right? And another child got hurt. Your expectation was them to kneel for them while they're hurt, right?
They felt the need,
If
or
they want, they don't have an expectation.
All right. Well. Okay. I guess you guys are disrespectful towards children getting hurt, but
what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Are you high?
Bro, good.
Like,
Not anymore.
that's what, and like literally, you were
As
like,
someone, as
you left 15 minutes doing that.
as someone that played, oh, that's fucking.
So,
ugh.
all right. Well, you got hurt, you took a knee, right? And that was a sign of respect.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
He didn't cut Patrick Harris.
Oh, Neil Patrick Harris, what a guy.
Yeah, it does not mean that like if people were standing, that you would find it disrespectful.
Switching sides.
I beg to differ, but
Search and destroy.
Keep begging.
I played sports, so
All Saber.
whatever.
Detonate the target to win.
yeah.
So can
Enemy
I
UAV
so
feel
Luke, I'm
overhead.
gonna ask
We've secured
Luke.
the
I'm gonna
bomb.
ask you the same question that I asked the guy earlier. Is can you think of another way that they should protest police brutality? Like, what other ways to draw that much attention to a problem that affects the POC community? Like,
Please don't say write a letter.
I think what BLM did was fantastic when they held peaceful protests. I feel like that was a great step towards reform in police. I feel
but
like-
what is most
Okay.
well.
Sorry, what was that? Go ahead. No, go
The
ahead.
problem with that is look how it's stigmatized by a lot of, let's be honest, frankly, racist white people. Look how the BLM protests were stigmatized. They're burning cities down. Burning cities down. That's all you hear from the right? So I mean,
Well, yes, there was like a few cities. I wouldn't say that they were burnt to the ground because that was
no,
I'm
not saying that. I'm saying that racist white people say that.
Yeah, can I explain a little more?
Yeah, go for it.
So, as you said, it was widely stigmatized by racist white people, whatever. But when people were saying that cities were being burnt to the ground, that wasn't literally. There were few cities that, yes, there were a lot of crimes going on in response to the BLM protests. And I wouldn't say that all of those people who were committing crimes were BLM protesters, but the results of those protests have caused many businesses to have been broken into and robbed and looted and just forced off of.
Just kill yourself.
That's all he needed. Because, you know,
That's all he needed.
What does
The
that have to
power.
do with Black Lives Matter?
He's got it within him.
Get out of my lobby, bitch.
I cannot because it didn't happen in my city specifically, but
Don't even do it.
Why should can you give me a notice that Black Lives Matter?
is there an email that I can contact BLM with?
I'm sure there is.
Sable
I would-
1. Set
oh,
a
there
charge
is?
on the target and
I'm
detonate
sure
it.
there is. Would you like me to see if I can find one while
Bomb
you continue
secure.
on?
Oh yes, of course.
Which black?
Oh, sure. See if
I
we
don't.
can-
I don't think that BLM reached out to each and every protester and was like, "Hey, let's go break into these stores and rob them." Because that wasn't the message
Oh no shit.
I was trying to send. That was never what I was even trying to imply. But yes, these protests have caused the emergency services to
Friendly
focus
counter UAVs on
their
station.
everything on the protests, so that left a lot of opportunity for other people, not even the protesters, to just break into stores and rob them, which, yes, that was terrible. And yes, I'm not saying that the city was burnt to the ground because, quite literally, I cannot name one city that was physically set on fire and burnt to the ground and no longer exists in U.S. society.
And you said the same about a sword, and you can't name one of those either.
Sorry, what was that?
You also said the same about a sword. There are businesses that were forced out of existence, but you can't name one of those either.
Because reports were saying that they were all very small and local businesses. So
secured the
yes,
bomb.
since that was back in 2020, that was 3 years ago, which is
Uh-huh.
honestly a pretty big portion of my life, saying that I'm 19 years old now.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, no, I really can't remember one
Final
store
30
I read
seconds.
that.
Because they, much like the city was
We're
burning
planting
down,
Alpha.
the businesses being completely erased from existence.
Oh yeah, because I definitely said that the city was burnt to the ground.
Device
even
in
though I-
place. Countdown
No,
started.
I'm saying the planes, much like those planes. Much like the planes, the were burned to the ground.
Your mic was
Planes
a little muffled at the start. Can you restart
Yeah,
one more?
yep, no
Damn.
problem. I said much
That's,
like the planes,
that's in your face.
much like the planes
Yep.
that city burned to the
Dicks
ground.
just straight in
Planes
your
of
mouth.
multiple businesses
After that one.
out of existence are also not true.
Yep. Which that was me.
Oh, yeah, there's.
Do you
Follow
not
me on the
remember
down low.
videos prefacing of Minneapolis going absolutely wild during those protests?
Yeah.
Yes, it wasn't the protester. It wasn't protesters
Picture?
that
Go back to
broke
party?
in and robbed these
No?
stores,
Not yet?
but
Well,
Our
okay.
bomb
Protest.
defused.
opened up opportunities.
Stupid
Yeah. So the big
Like,
point I was
nigger.
trying to bring up there was that kneeling is naturally a sign of respect, which you take a kneel when someone gets injured in a sport, you take a kneel when you're showing respect to any other thing, which that is because it is a social norm. And yes, you could say that I'm circling that. Whatever. Okay. But the last thing I'm gonna
Okay,
bring
yeah, dude. No, you just fucking said it.
but I'm bringing it up in a different fashion, so that wouldn't really be circling.
You just said it. You just said kneeling is a sign of respect.
I
The
said
word-
kneeling is a sign of respect for other things, because that is the social norm to do so.
But what you
So
did
then-
not.
Why would it? Why?
What?
Yeah.
What?
What? You,
That's an awful argument. Why would it have anything to do with the social norm?
because that affects anything and everything that ever goes on ever.
Huh? Can you say ever again?
Thank
Ever.
you, Young.
Thank you. I appreciate it. 4.
But basically, it is a social to kneel to respect something, but
But
Free for
it
all.
is also the social norm to stand and respect the national anthem, at least in this country. I don't know what it's like for other countries, but that's because I'm young and I'm a negligent teenager, which y'all will. But
Okay, going against the social norm does not make it disrespectful.
Yes, I found it now. Press at Black Lives Matter.
sorry, can you repeat that?
Press. It has a contact us at press at blacklivesmatter.com.
Enemy UAV active.
Sorry, can you remind me?
What is that noise?
I don't know.
Sorry, that was me just filling.
So Luke, I'm gonna also ask you another question. If he was kneeling for all the people who have been unalived by police, since he was in fact protesting police brutality, would it change your view? Would that be respectful towards the fallen, if you will?
It can be seen as a sign of respect, but I think it is respect in like an indirect matter because it's just misguided. Because, like I said, the national anthem was in respect for our troops who have sacrificed their lives, died for us.
That's not
And-
really. That's not really answering the questions. And again, the one that's still not been answered for everything is giving an example of another time, not Kaepernick kneeling, of another example of kneeling being disrespectful, and that has never been answered in this entire conversation.
Because kneeling is a natural sign of respect, but
So you
But-
there's no but to it.
but-
There's no but.
there is but.
Can we, is there anybody else in the
Okay.
box? We can debate
Can you
pineapple
give
on
me
pizza at
another?
this point.
Can you give me another instance?
Getting hit hard.
Okay, in which kneeling would be disrespectful. Any other context? Because you're saying, okay, that well, it's because of the social norm, or maybe it's because let's look at what's more likely here, okay? That it's because of the social norm, or kneeling is a sign of respect, or at least it's not a sign of disrespect. Can you give me another instance in which kneeling would be disrespectful?
Yes or no question first. Yes or no?
Let me think about this.
Okay.
Kneeling being disrespectful.
Mm-hmm. Could be yes or no. And the answer is yes. An example of that.
I can't say kneeling onto the ground would be disrespectful.
We're up to
Hostile
you.
UAV in the area.
Awesome.
Kneeling on another person is wildly disrespectful.
Well, it could be hot, but
Wow.
look, I was getting bored. I had to say something. Oh, okay, that's off the
As
one.
opposed to
Whatever.
kneeling and while hovering, like I don't understand what you're really stretching. Like, why can't you just, God, man,
I feel like
Just take
Luke,
the
You're
L.
like jumping
Oh,
through
this-
so many.
Luke, I applaud you.
Bro, you're
I
jumping
appreciate
through
you.
so many hoops to
If
try
I-
and make your logic make sense.
Well, you guys are also. There's also 3 people debating me while there's just one. I feel like if I had 2
if
other.
it was just one of
Listen,
us, we would all be making the same points.
No,
for the
exactly.
most part.
Actually, I
You know?
totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. If there was just one of you guys, I feel like I would be able to debate a lot more.
So, Luke, well, excuse me,
But we
one,
would all be
What?
telling you the same point. So
if
Let
your
me-
argument is strong
The
enough,
same
it won't
question
matter.
would be asked.
Please, let me please.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure.
If there was one of you and one of me, I feel like I'd be able to debate you guys a lot more fluently because I'm not hearing just one person's thoughts. I'm hearing 3 different people's thoughts, right?
And I
Well,
got that, but what I will
Here's the
say
deal.
Mm-hmm.
Here's
Go
the
ahead.
deal. No, you wouldn't. Next question.
What?
I just was making the obvious point. No, you wouldn't. Next point.
You're saying that if there were 2 other people on my side, that there would be no progress?
I'm saying that if it was you and me debating, or you and Bish, or you and Sharon, you would still be getting absolutely throttled. And it's because I've debated with them before, and I know that they're incredibly competent, and you're not.
Well, that can be said because I am a freshman in college, and I'm not exactly educated to the degree that you guys are. I don't have time to research these topics as much as you guys can.
Fair enough. But the point that we're making is you have stated that kneeling is a sign of respect, and you can't give me one in which it isn't, except for this one instance
leaving out
in
a
which
very
you don't agree with it.
You're leaving a very important aspect that I mentioned in that same statement now. Kneeling is a sign of respect because it is a social norm to do so.
Search and destroy.
Okay. So,
All
When
Saber,
one is
plant a
injured,
charge
you
on the
kneel
target
out of
and level it.
respect.
okay, I have a question for
Bomb
you.
secure.
When you kneel to
All right.
Richard?
When black people are wronged, you kneel out of respect.
Sorry, what was that?
There you go.
When black people are wronged, you kneel out of respect.
Resupply activated.
When black people are wrong, I kneel out of respect.
Wronged. ED.
No, when they're wronged, as in, or killed, in the case of police brutality again. So,
I feel like you kneel when each and every individual is killed, at least in a Catholic sense. I'm a Catholic individual.
That's giving
so-
all lives matter again. Mm-mm.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
all lives matter. I'm saying that when you go to a funeral, you pray for them and you go on your knees
It's
and pray
down
for
to
them.
you, mate. Finish the mission.
Is that disrespectful?
I definitely do not.
You don't kneel when you pray? You've
don't
never
pray.
prayed in your
One
life?
minute left.
I don't pray.
We took a
Okay,
loss there.
well-
Let's
I
not
didn't
repeat
kneel
it.
when I did pray,
And I do kneel
except
for
in
that.
church.
Okay. Is it disrespectful when you kneel in church?
No, it's not because I'm
There
giving.
we go.
But that is because it is
Switching sides.
to kneel when you pray
Search and
for
destroy.
your religion.
Is it?
Saber 1.
Huh?
Set security on the
So,
objectives.
is it only because is the social norm the only thing you're clinging on to right now?
Not entirely.
What
But-
else is there besides the social norm? Because I can
But
address the social norm, but give
With
me
the
your
questions
your
you're
other two.
asking, the social norm is really all I can fall back onto. Because
Okay.
yeah, no one has ever kneeled out of a sign of disrespect when it comes to like things that don't involve like the song of your country or like something you commonly say for your country. Because most nations, if I'm not mistaken, I think all countries, when their national anthem is sang, they stand. I believe that the United States is the only country that has ever had a debate whether you kneel or stand for your anthem, because it hasn't even been like
Final
something
minute.
to debate about, because it's like you just stand for it.
Enemies deployed a bomb
Like-
drone.
It's like when you eat, it's like, do I spit it out or do I swallow it? You swallow
What?
it because you're consuming it, right?
What? How do we go from
We
kneeling to
lost that
spitting and
round.
swallowing?
Ready up for the
When
next
the
one.
fuck did we get ice cream?
What the fuck?
So Luke, how did you come to the
Search and
to the
destroy.
determination that Cap kneeling is
All
disrespectful?
Saber,
Like, did
secure
you come to that
perimeter around
conclusion,
the
or did your
objectives.
dad, or maybe somebody else? Like, what? because you know, and I don't know, guys. Do y'all know anybody though? Like, I don't know anybody that thinks it's in my personal life that thinks it's disrespectful. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
I don't get it. Like, why be so opposed to it? I don't understand the opposition.
I don't know.
The real
It would be one
question
thing if you.
is, does your
Hostile bomb
mom
drone is
spitter?
active.
The real question:
Survivor
does your mom
online.
spitters?
We took a loss there. Let's
Right.
not repeat it.
Oh well, we haven't had one all night.
If your mom,
Damn, that's the first mom
that's the
joke
first
in
one.
what 4 hours, 5 hours now. That's awesome. Yeah,
But-
no, I don't understand the opposition.
Anyway,
Like,
Wait,
unless it's just coming out of
Search
bigotry and
and destroy.
racism, which I mean.
is it disrespectful if your mom kneels?
All Saber, defend the objectives.
If you tell her and she doesn't do it, maybe.
oh my god. God. Fatality.
Anyway, I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't just say that.
You did not say it.
Enemy UAV active.
I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about. Anybody else in the box?
Goodness.
Hostile VTOL
I'm surprised we
incoming.
haven't had any vaccinated folks come in yet.
I'm still
Hostile
looking
cruise missile
at
incoming.
doors. We're gonna sell that.
Get one. Make it happen. Look, I'll be your
No,
guy. I'll encourage you to do it.
I know, but the problem is the weight of it though. And listen, I'm gonna be honest. I would rather wait to have like a dedicated tow vehicle than like something I don't want.
1 minute left.
Okay,
Enemy
then get one of
planted
those
at
two.
Bravo.
Or not all that much, but you know, something that.
But think of all the things you could
Anyway,
do with it.
This person in. I know I do, but there's that side thing or something that I can tow.
Right.
I go as small, so I can tow it, you know, to the ocean or wherever I'm gonna go.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Hold on
Alright,
one minute.
well,
Plug my
you
shit
there?
in. Sorry. Yeah, can you hear me?
Is that
Oh.
Abe
We lost
Vigoda?
that round.
How's the
Ready up for the
juggling
next
going?
one.
Yeah, I can
It's
hear you.
good. First of all, I'm a huge fan. I've been watching you for about 2 years.
Nice. Long time.
Switching sides.
And
Appreciate it.
all I wanted to say was
Search and destroy.
that last guy was talking about country standing for their
All Saber.
national
Detonate
anthem.
the target to win.
This bullshit. Not all countries stand for
We
their
have the
national
device.
anthem. You probably should actually do some research on other countries and how they support their countries. You know what I mean?
One's kneel. I've never seen like or thought that kneeling would be a sign of disrespect. Because
Hostile cruise
there's
missile
just
launched.
no instances in which it is.
Especially so like you think of the Mormon religion, when they pray, they kneel every time. They don't pray unless they kneel. Things like that, you know what I mean? Like it's always a sign of respect. It's always
Mission
a sign
failed. Return to base.
of a decision towards how they feel towards something like that. So yeah. That's pretty much what.
What?
Even like,
Sorry.
so I'm a veteran. I was in the Army for a long time. I did a lot of. I worked criminal investigation, CID, and I dealt a lot with the local Afghanistans and everything like that. Especially when they kneel and they kneel to anything, it is a sign of respect. It is a sign of just pure respect. If that makes sense. And for for somebody to take something as Kaepernick's kind of choice in that they can't call that, you know what I mean? They it just it's kind of like showing respect, but not in exactly how they want it to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think like, so people make this argument all the time. Oh, it's disrespectful to kneel, but the reality is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he did. They were going to find a reason to, You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's just
it's all
reality.
about
They were gonna
pre-
find a reason.
It's all about like what you think of this person before you interact with this person. In other words, like how you've reacted and dealt with other people in other situations in your past situations with,
Search and destroy.
of that race or whatever. You know what I mean?
You've secured the bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I expected that they were, you know. But... Anyway, yeah. Did you have anything you wanted to debate? I do have some people waiting in the box. So.
No, I just kind of just wanted to share some of that. I wasn't actually expecting to get accepted in the box. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, appreciate it, man.
Hi. You guys have a good night.
Later.
Hey, you too. It's always 50. It's always a 50-50 when their bio says veteran. HM, appreciate the bits. Labrador,
like
appreciate the 100
Tell
bits.
me what wingy.
HM, appreciate the
Tell
gifted
me
sub.
like
Thank you.
Tell me
Sorry, I'm a little
what
bit late on
wingy.
it, but Johnny, appreciate the bits.
Tell me like
The guy
Tell me
that
what
was in here was
wingy.
very distracting, so.
1 minute remaining.
Pure debating, hop in. If you're not, I think that person joined on accident.
Your title gets them going, man. That Biden saving America gets them in here for sure.
Oh, sure does.
Oh man, they get
They
furious.
scream it. I'm like,
Hello?
30 seconds remain.
hello.
Oh my god, I'm on! I watch this dude all the time
What's
on my
going on?
videos. Oh, you know, just hanging in there. I watch all your stuff all the time. Love your points. And
We lost that round.
whenever I saw that there was a spot open, I was like, oh, let me grab that and let's see how many people are on. And I got in. So now I have to try to argue with you. Because I agree with
so
all of
basically,
no,
what
I
I
agree
do
with all
is
of your stuff.
I
So
go
I have
to
to
a
find
wall,
something to argue with
you're gonna
because
want
otherwise
ADS.
it's not gonna be fun.
ADS. Now I go to a wall
That's
and I
alright.
press down
Don't
on the right
try.
analog stick, and now I'm leaning / mountain on a mountain or whatever.
Have you
So I
done
can't
that?
argue with you.
Now
on
that
it?
was on controller, like I said.
Well, I mean, if you
No,
have something to
Go to
add-
the
I agree.
platform,
I
see what-
agree with all these stuff, but I can take the flip side and argue it. I think
Got the
convincingly.
bomb.
No, but I mean, nah, we're pretty much looking for good faith debates, but
That's not fun.
well, yeah. So I think it's debating, like to debate. But yeah, I appreciate you coming in. I do have someone waiting to come in though, so.
All right. I hope they argue with you.
All right, take care, man.
Bomb secure. Resupply. Hey guys, how are you? In the area.
What's going on?
Howdy.
This is a dope ass trailer.
Howdy,
Come on.
guys.
What's
Final
going on,
minute.
son? That didn't feel right.
You know, I'm just browsing through TikTok and I noticed the live. You know, I've seen this dude a few times. He's got a lot of interesting things to say, so I just thought I'd come on and shoot some shit with you guys and see what you guys are all about.
Well, what do you disagree with on here? What do you want to debate? Which point?
I'm not really into disagreeing with people. You know, I think we should all have open minds and agree to disagree, if I'm honest.
30 seconds left.
Wait, so you're not debating?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
are.
want to debate the facts that we should all be getting on and not ostracising people, pigeonholing people, and just making the world a better place. I think that's my main.
So, not
Peace and love to you all from Scotland, by the way.
Setting
I'm on
device on Bravo.
You
Because
can't agree to disagree.
Countdown started.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, you
that's
can't
what
agree.
I think is no, I think you're mistaking me. It's maybe a British term, but I think we all have to be more inclusive and stop pigeonholing people,
Our bomb was
and
defused.
dividing people, and just
lost the
spread
round.
a lot of
Get ready
love
for the
and be
next.
kind. You know, that's all I'm saying.
How am I supposed to get along with people that like don't believe in universal health care or like just basic human decency,
Search and destroy.
dignity?
I totally believe in that because we've got it here well, certainly in Scotland. We've got free healthcare and free education.
I wish we did. We have people advocating against having that here. We have people advocating against people having equal rights.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing. There's always in it a so-called democracy. Everyone's got their point of view. Everyone has their standpoint. Everybody's entitled to whatever their opinion is. And
Well,
I just think that
if someone's opinion
I just
is
think-
that people don't deserve equal rights, then I don't have much of an opinion of them.
well, that's semantics. Everyone has their own opinion, and they're perfectly entitled to them. Whether it be veganism, Trump, Putin, everything that's going on in the world. You know, if we were more inclusive and we could understand each other's points of view without putting each other down, then maybe we would live in a better society. From
I
a
would love that.
religious standpoint, a sexual standpoint, a race standpoint, a religious review standpoint. You know,
I just want to
that's
say I
just
loved you in.
I just want to make the world a better place.
Just want to say I loved you in Shrek. So.
Not many people could argue that. That wasn't me. That was my big brother.
Ah.
Yeah.
Onions have layers.
You talking about the donkey?
Donkey.
God damn it! Now I want a parfait.
Donkeys like
Get
matters,
out
guys.
of my swamp.
So, son of Scotland. So, could you imagine some bombastic, really, arrogant dictator wannabe type coming in and becoming the leader of your country, and bringing in a whole bunch of people who were just rabid and just went along with their agenda? Like, you don't have to deal with in Scotland. You haven't. We're dealing with something different here in America, where we're so polarized. We can't even get on board with doing good things that, for the people. Like we there's people that hate us because we want them to have health care here. So it's like, we can't do a kumbaya with people who want us dead just for advocating for health care and education. Like, you know what I'm saying?
We have a woman in Congress who believes in Jewish space lasers.
Yeah. Like it's
different.
We are not well.
I think what we're all, as society, worldwide, we're all tending to get caught up in the past and everything that's went on, and all the hang-ups and racism and gender inequality, war, all these sorts of things. They need to be addressed, and we need to write a different book and move on and be a more inclusive society. And fair enough, if we stop debates like this, then wouldn't that be a good thing? If we want to just get along.
Sure,
no.
but kumbaya
It's an
doesn't
open
work
question.
with fascists.
Somebody said, get in my belly.
I was saying, I'm like, you are wrong for that. I was just messing with him right now because that's all I could hear.
Get in my belly. Sorry. I'm higher on the food chain than you.
Kid, move.
Guys, so you're gonna attack?
No, I love it.
No,
I legit, I'm not
yeah,
lying.
yeah.
I love it so much. It makes me. You just your voice brings me
Scottish.
joy. I'm not even joking. Your voice brings me pure joy.
It's my favorite accent on the planet, the Scottish accent.
So guys, do you know a lot about Scotland?
I know that I haven't been there yet. It's one of the places I have not been in that area of the world yet. I'm dying to go.
I know there's a lot of people there that don't like Trump for what he did with the golf courses and stuff.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
Yeah,
about
I've actually played on the golf course twice, and the locals are not fans of it.
So did they
Well,
ever
when I
end
would
up
have
tearing
nice
down the
and,
houses? Did they end
Yeah,
up
they
tearing
did,
down
and-
the houses that he called eyesores around those
Well, there was-
golf course?
No, that was the wind farms. He was the one to tear down that were eyesores to the locals.
No, it was that it may have been wind farms, but it was also houses that was around the.
Yeah,
Because a lot of people were getting really upset because he was essentially wanting their house to be taken away from them, and they were not happy about it.
Yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of local farmers who he was trying to buy up their land, and they dug their heels in and they didn't sell it. So he's basically trying to throw all the farmers out of their crofts that they've been living on with families for hundreds of years.
Swell guy.
Well, it's just like Bill Gates now, isn't it? Buying up all the farmland in North America, pushing everyone out. Same idea.
Sorry. The comments are taking me out.
Funny.
So yeah, what's your guys' hopes for the next little while? Hopes and dreams for America and how it's going to progress?
Equal rights, decency, no more fascists, things of that nature for starters.
Yeah, I was gonna say to keep fascism from taking hold.
For people of color,
Yeah,
stop being unalive.
I think any extremism is a bad thing, you know? And that's, we're all getting polarised and sent to the different ends of the poles for our views, where we should be trying to come together and build a better future for everyone, regardless of their opinions, whether you're a vegan, whether you're trans, gay, you know,
Yeah,
if you're
we're
black,
not
white,
gonna come together with Nazis. You know what I mean? I don't come together with that.
Well, we're not going to come together arguing all the time. That's not very fair, is it?
Yeah, not all ideas are worthy of equal respect. As far as people saying that people should be unalive for being who they are, should not have health care. No, I'm not coming together with them. They can go pound sand up their ass, honestly.
Yeah, everyone deserves the right to free care.
Hey son, how does Scotland handle, or how do they treat people in the LGBTQ community in Scotland?
Well, we have got a gay pride march this year, and I would say I've got gay friends, I've got a trans friend, and I think on a personal level that we handle it well. It's quite a new thing. It's something that's been promoted heavily. And I've got nothing against it. Be who you want to be. If you want to be trans, if you want to be a vegan, if you want to be gay, straight, black, white, identify as whoever, all these different things people are identifying as. I think as long as you're a nice person, you're kind to other people, and you appreciate their views, you let them have their views without attacking them, then I think that's the way ahead for the world.
I'm just curious.
Well, I'm not. I identify. This is the thing. I identify as a meat-eating, white, heterosexual, male Scottish person, and that may offend someone.
I'm was looking at curiosity there to see, because in the U.S. there are a lot of bills against the LGBTQ, but specifically trans community right now, and it's very interesting that Scotland had a very liberal position, the gender recognition reform bill, which would allow transgender people to apply for legal recognition through a gender recognition certificate, and that was unfortunately blocked by the British government.
It was blocked by the English government, not the Scottish government.
Yeah.
As you know, we are. No, I'm not trying to say you're wrong. You're absolutely bang on the money, man. Scottish National Party, who runs the party in power in Scotland, put this forward to try and help promote and make LGBT communities safe. However, the British government, we've got devolved colours, which means we can only vote on certain things, including our independence. That just got banned as well. We must vote on if we could be independent. And Scotland is ahead, but the Westminster, the government in England, the UK government, they banned it. It's just not too fair, is it? In a democracy.
Switch inside. Search and destroy. All Jaegers detonate the target to win. Enemy UAV active. You've secured the device.
I travelled all over America when I was younger. I did 14 states. And, American people were very welcoming, very kind. Obviously, everywhere you go in the world, you're going to get good guys and bad guys, but I generally find American people to be quite nice.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, other people waiting to debate, but yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate giving it a minute.
See ya.
No problem, guys. The message from me
Back to the swamp with
is
you.
just to be kind to each other.
Yeah, well, you're talking to the time ones in America, so.
Well,
We lost the round.
to be fair, I am right now. Will I be in 10 minutes? I don't know.
Stay safe, everyone.
You too.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I hope you have a
See ya.
lovely day. And the rest of the week.
Search and destroy.
God bless you from Scotland. Take care, guys.
Jaeger 1,
Thank
set
you.
a charge on the target and detonate
In
it.
2015 and 2016, Scotland was recognized as the
You've
best
got the
country in
bomb.
Europe for LGBTQIA equality.
Cool.
And in 2023, England said, "Fuck off, hold my beer."
It's true.
Yeah, it's hard to. I was having a hard time understanding.
First of all, everyone in the comments, you are wrong for that. I'm an atheist, but I'm going to say it. You're going to hell. You're going to go to hell for those hateful comments. All from Mike Myers. It was amazing.
Oh. True. I've seen it. Yeah. Oh man. Anyway. Oh god, that guy that screamed earlier that I kicked out twice.
Which streamer?
Ugh.
Isn't it strange that we
Oh, the
get
double
bad?
chin guy.
Okay, again, I feel like you're describing half of them.
No, the guy that was drunk or something that I kicked almost
That's not helping, Tommy.
immediately.
That's not helping. Drunk double
Sharon
chin
was like, I
and
wanted to
drunk.
hear him
I hate
out.
drunk.
Search and
And I
destroy.
let him back in
I
and
hate
kicked
drunk
him immediately.
TikTokers.
I mean,
Anyways,
by
you
now.
guys
Detonate the target to win.
especially appreciate
You've secured the device.
about the prime.
Tommy
Really
likes
appreciate it.
Tommy was winging.
Look,
Get
it's
out of my swamp.
it's hours later. Imagine how drunk
Justin
he is
Timberlake
now.
guy, yeah.
Oh, that
Isn't
one.
right?
It's at least 2 hours later.
Didn't
He's
he look like,
lost.
didn't he look like a wish? He looked like a
Yes.
wish Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
Only you remain. Finish the mission.
Yeah, that guy.
Well,
Ellen.
so he's probably even more
Dory.
belligerent now.
God.
He's
Yeah,
several.
I don't know. I could let him back in.
Mission
He's
failed.
on a
Return to
short
base.
leash,
I'll let him in.
You know?
Piss off, big bags.
Big bag.
Yeah, big bags.
Big
That's
bag, small balls. Looks like marbles in a grocery bag. Looks like marbles in a grocery
no, Don't
bag.
do that. Oh my God, no. Now I'm
Oh
picturing
my
people.
God. Speaking of that, did y'all see that TikTok video of the wrestlers that
Speaking of
had
that?
their picture of all the wrestlers standing there in their uniform, in their little tight things? Man, it looked like they were. It looked like I was like, oh, it's the plum smugglers. Because man, those
Smuggling plums.
man, those pictures was just wrong all around.
That sounds
Yeah, let 'em in,
horrible.
let-
That sounds
it
horrible.
was.
Send me the link. Send me the link. I mean, what?
I'll find it and send it.
I
to
don't
you.
want to see that. DM me.
It's a picture.
I have a thought.
I gotta look it up.
What's her name?
I have
I
a
gotta
thought.
look it up.
That's
What's
a good
that?
one. I have a thought. So I was like, why don't I buy a travel trailer with the intention of having a vehicle to tow it in the future? That way I get to use it
All right. Just buy it.
now because my parents have property that I could park it at, but also my dad has a truck, so kind of would be hard to take casing in that thing. It's kind of
Search and
small.
destroy.
I'm just gonna tell you to buy it
That's my plan.
now. Just get the
Okay.
credit card, make a phone call, swipe it. Just gotta do.
Yeah. been hearing about a trailer for 7 months. You're goddamn
Wow.
right. Didn't I
Calling him
find
out
you?
like that.
I'm pretty sure D. Roberts threatened me and I found his girlfriend, I think. I can't remember her name. Was it Tanya? Oh, I only didn't mute him because I want to see if I was right. I almost called her.
It's about time. I apologize if it's a little disrupted. I'm literally in the middle of the shower right now.
Strasser 1,
Oh,
set security
okay.
on the
Back.
objectives.
No need. Okay, so I mean, if you guys actually want to like discuss, because like, I mean, you guys were still talking shit on your guests. Pretty
You know
quick.
Tommy can turn on your camera, right? If you
I'm
wanted
not
to.
gonna do
Nope.
that.
Can't do that. Oh god.
Dar, baby.
I mean, are you, oh my god, no. You know what? Maybe I'm not gay. Maybe I'm not. Shit, I like girls now. Okay. Immediately, no.
She's
How
a
about
10 but a
no?
Republican. She's a 10 but a Republican. I'm gay now.
Round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Oh my god. Yeah, come back when you're done. How's that?
And put on a hood. I mean, we'll get there anyhow, I'm sure, but.
I think that'll be real. Because, like, I imagine that, like, I don't know. I imagine there's going to be a recession here soon, right?
All Strasser, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
It's coming to my
Is there? I didn't think we could have a recession if unemployment was low, as it is. I thought that was part of like the metrics of a recession.
I don't know. I just
Thought it
don't
was
think
anyway.
You are all that's
Like,
left.
that's
Finish the mission.
got something to tow with for cheaper.
Pashnia.
But yeah, that would
Enemy
give me
bomb
time
at
for
Alpha.
the market to come down.
We lost that round. Get
I like
ready
this
for the
idea.
next one.
Finish your shower and come back.
I just want to know the thought process with that. Like, hey, I'm scrubbing my taint right now, but can we talk about the flag?
Search and destroy.
That's fine.
All Strasser,
Yeah.
plant a charge on the target and destroy it. Hostile UAV in the area.
Take
We
a
have the
shower.
device.
Arrivederci.
Enemy UAV
So
overhead.
anyways, we all just here on Valentine's Day. Nice.
Derek, less typing, more scrubbing, for God's sakes.
It's funny, Kaysen, he watches YouTube now almost exclusively, and the videos
It's
are
down to you.
trash,
Finish
but
the
they're
mission.
entertaining for him.
The round is lost.
And,
Focus on the next one.
When commercials happen, he'll be like, "Oh no!" Like boil himself, and they're like, they're like the 5-second commercials. So it's
Yeah.
really like, "Oh no!"
Search and destroy.
It's just super dramatic.
You said he's two now, right?
Detonate the target to win.
Yeah.
Start your
he's
offensive.
actually
We have secured the bomb.
2.5.
Most of my nephews, more than my nieces, when they were 3, they were complete assholes.
We lost that round.
Like,
Get ready for the next one.
Complete assholes at 3 years old. And then by 5, they calm down again. So good luck.
Get that boy YouTube Premium. I do have
true.
YouTube Premium. I just don't have it on the tablet.
Search and destroy.
What are your favorite shows? What's you watching on there?
Strasser 1, set a charge on the
Or not
target
shows,
and
the creators.
detonate it.
He didn't really have
have
it.
secured the
Just those
bomb.
weird, freaking weird.
Puta, di binaril.
I don't even know how to.
Mission failed. Activate.
Jaskal bumaril. Sabi ko na nga ba eh.
Let this idea of a fetus is 3 months old.
Matay pa ako
Jesus
doon.
Christ, are you stupid on purpose, or do you put time?
Ay,
and
na-play
effort
ship
into
si
it?
Gag.
Kimiko, where's the vulva?
Ako lang negative, pabayaan mo niya, no?
Just answer that question without
I don't
Google.
know. My cousin hasn't shown me that. Oh yeah, he was obsessed with Blippi and then stopped watching that, and then he was watching Bluey. So I don't know. My cousin didn't show me that.
He drives one.
That you thought was your savior. What if I don't know, what if Zeus was the real
it's
god?
not double XP.
And every time that you prayed to
Yes,
Jesus,
it is it really?
Yeah, look at the bottom. It does
double
XP more math.
Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. Well, it doesn't matter for me anyways. I can't do any of them.
Right, exactly.
Because I'm
And,
already
Pascal's wager
250.
only works when there's
It's because
belief. What do you think the aliens are? What aliens? I'd hope faith in Creator is better than not believing in anything.
And I'd have to get a tow car to go into town.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah,
Kinda
she is.
no.
Look at that camera pop off real quick.
But I mean, I agree with what Jeff. I mean, technically, people would think that was pro-life by the way he was saying it first, but that technically is pro-choice because he's giving the choice to people.
I would rather give you your choice to make your own decision, because why? At the end of the day, you have to deal with your own decisions. See, that's what's wrong with us as people now. We're so.
We say independent, we do not mean what you're saying as independent. That's not what we mean.
Okay, so then I guess could you define independent?
Sure, okay. Okay. If there is a house, okay, this is an analogy that Ibn Sina set forth hundreds of years ago. Okay? If there is a house that exists,
What's going on, team?
we would say that the house is dependent upon the things that make it up, like the wood. Right? The wood is dependent upon the atoms, right? Are you with me so far?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Kill confirmed.
The house, for it to exist, at every second, for every millisecond, it needs something. At every second, it needs something. So, for example, if a mother gives birth to a kid, we wouldn't say that the kid is dependent upon his mother. No. We would say the kid is dependent upon his bones, and those bones are dependent upon... When we say dependent, we mean at every single millisecond, what is it needs to exist. You see? So when we mean by independent, when we say God is independent, we literally just mean that at every single millisecond, if you wish, he doesn't need anything. That's it. He exists under the condition of nothing other than his own existence. If you want, I can give you like a syllogism, like a way to, like through logic, but I don't think that would help.
I mean, it sort of would, because what's the
Okay,
difference,
no
I
worries.
guess, between God and nothing, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Not one.
You want it through like straight logic?
Yeah.
Yeah, spin us the logic.
Okay, cool. If, let's just say something that exists, let's call it Y. Okay?
We've lost the lead.
Are you with me? Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. It has to be the case that it's either Y exists and something else exists, such that, and let's just say that thing is called X, okay? Such that F of X equals to Y,
The enemy's taking the
or
lead.
Y exists and there's nothing else that exists. So listen very carefully. It's either, if Y exists, it's either something else exists, called X,
Our
such
UAV
that
is
F
orbiting the area.
of X is equal to Y, or not. So in other words, the very
Taking the lead.
existence of X is the explanation for Y at that very second.
Mhm.
Or Y just exists.
Oh,
The
shit.
problem, okay, I'm not gonna go there, there's no point. But this
No,
is what
go,
we mean
go.
when we... No,
Don't stop there.
It's gonna go very deep, guys. I don't know if you guys are
Then go deep, bro.
Okay. Listen very carefully, yeah? You guys want to go through this whole deductive argument?
Please. This is why we're here. I'm here to hear your debate. I want to hear this.
Okay. Yes.
Tag secure, kill confirmed.
It's either
Resupply.
if something exists, there's something else that exists that causes it or not. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and when we say causes it, we mean such that, for example, f of x is equal to y. You guys know what f of x is, right? It's a function like in math, or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you actually, or just saying that? It's okay.
No, I literally just finished a math course recently.
Okay,
so yes, I
input,
understand everything.
okay, so if we say f of x is equal to y, that means if we input x, y gets spat out, right?
Yep.
So x is now the cause for y.
Yep.
So if I remove x, would y ever exist?
No.
Like,
Well,
yeah, exactly.
It could, but logically can't.
Yeah, if x, this is a presupposition. If x is the cause for y, that means the non-existence of x. If we remove x, y doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right? You with me
Yep.
so far? Okay,
Yep.
cool. Let's pretend that, okay. Let's just say one thing that exists. Let's just say only one thing that exists. And that thing is something that needs another. Okay, so f of x is equal to y, okay?
Yeah.
If we say f of x is equal to y, right? X is the cause, right? It's the thing that y needs. If everything that exists is just dependent, that means x itself is going to need a cause of y. So let's just say the cause of x is a. So now f
God
of
damn
a,
it.
listen carefully. Now f of a is equal to what? X. But then a now needs a cause, right? So here's the issue. If we reduce this down, it'll always just need, basically if we reduce down f of x, it'll always just give us f of x. If we reduce it down, it'll always be f of x. If we reduce it down, it'll always be f of x. Let me ask you a question. If we keep reducing it down, will it give us anything other than f of x?
No, it's still the same thing.
It'll always be a function, okay? Now in logic, a function is not true or false. It's undefined.
Friendly
You don't
UAV
know,
on station.
right?
Enemy
The
UAV
problem is
active.
if everything that exists is just something like f of x, that means there would be no reality. It would be undefined. The problem is we know that there is a reality, which means everything within reality cannot be just undefined. There has to be something that actually holds a truth value.
Right.
Think about
The
it.
fact that you're using logic even in itself the way you are right now proves that like it's hard to disprove when you're literally using the logic. It's like God give you this logic to use and you're using this logic right now. You see what I'm saying? How do I counter that logic?
Hold on. Go ahead and keep going. So you're saying, so you say you could either have f of x equals y situation or just y.
You know what, bro? Let me make it a very simple way, even simple way, okay? If I have,
You're saying that we're in a y scenario and God is at y?
Friendly
no,
UAV
I'm gonna make it
online.
even simpler, just for a second.
Confirm that one.
There's existence, right?
Yeah.
Do you exist?
Yes, I perceive.
Yeah.
I think, therefore I am. Yeah.
No problem. Even though there's some issues with that, whatever, who cares? You are the only thing that existed. There's no earth, there's no sun, there's no anything, there's no anything other than you. Would there be existence?
You would still exist, yeah?
Yes. Do you not depend upon earth? Do you not depend upon the sun? Do you not depend upon water? Do you not depend upon things that are not you?
From this physical aspect, we do.
Exactly.
I won't let you
die. Okay, you know what? Forget you. Let's talk about a rock. A rock. If a rock, if there was...
It's hard to do that because, we're getting into that whole... The cat in the box is the cat dead in the box. You know what I mean? We don't know.
You're right. We'll make it even simpler, okay? If something's dependent, right? only one thing that exists that's dependent, would there be existence?
That's dependent. It shouldn't. Doesn't make logical sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, but then that
Wait.
comes to my question is, why are we dependent on God then?
We're gonna get there, Flyboy. We're gonna get there. But
Okay.
specifically,
Okay.
one sec. Wait, guys, please. This is the most important.
Okay, go on.
Everything in life is either dependent or not. We're categorizing, right?
Yep.
So now we have to know the properties. What does it mean to be dependent, right? Think. If only one thing exists that's dependent, would there be existence?
No.
Why? Why? Think. Ask yourself why. I want to make sure everyone understands.
If there's only one thing that's dependent,
There would be no existence because by its definition, it needs something
Need
else
something.
to exist.
Yeah.
Makes sense, Flyboy? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If something's dependent and there's only one thing that's dependent, it would then need something else to exist. So it
Yep.
cannot be just one thing. Which
Yep.
means if one thing exists, there would be no existence. Right?
100%.
Okay.
That's dependent. Yeah.
This means that this idea of a
wait,
dependent
how are
thing,
you using? How can one thing exist?
That's
and then
dependent.
but that's it. So, right. So then, how can you say that God doesn't have contradictions if you're using it as literally proof?
because he's okay, we're gonna get there, Gamer House, because God is not dependent, he's independent. That's the point. Just give me a second, okay, please.
Okay.
Okay. If one thing exists that's dependent, there would be no existence, because that's possible. A dependent thing cannot give life to existence. Think about it, guys. Something that's dependent does not contain the property of existence. A dependent thing doesn't have existence within it. It can only receive existence. Think about that. A dependent thing cannot give existence. It can only receive it. It's literally like
Independent.
an empty cup.
Yeah.
Okay, so now watch.
It's like an empty hole, yeah.
Yeah, it's literally empty. It's like a cup or like a robot with no batteries in it. It's ready to turn on, but it can't turn on by itself.
Yeah.
If you have an infinite number of things that cannot give life to existence, would there be existence?
No.
No.
No matter how many times you throw dependent things, that's why people say, oh, why can't there be an infinite number of things that are dependent? Like, even if you have an infinite number of things that cannot give life to existence, that doesn't mean that there will be existence.
Bro, you know what
So-
it's like?
Like,
Imagine you had like a row of empty cups and an infinite number of empty cups, and you're trying to find the water in the empty cups. Like, you need like the actual water itself. You need the actual reality,
Yeah.
the independence.
Yeah.
another
Oh,
way
it's
a guy
crazy.
explains it is like it's like a light and mirrors. Dependent things are like mirrors. They cannot produce light. They just
Pound of
light
love.
goes through them, right? Just goes through them. They cannot. They're literally just receivers. They receive light. So how can we say that there's an output existence? How can we say that there's light, but everything within existence is just mirrors, nothing that can produce light? Right? How can we say that dependent things cannot give rise to existence, and then say everything that exists is just dependent things? But how is there existence?
Bro, it's almost like independent thing is more obvious than the dependent thing. Because the independent thing can just be on its own. But if there's a dependent thing, okay, so these are like the two case scenarios. It's either there's an independent thing alone, or there's independent things and dependent things. So in both case scenario, the common variable is independent. The dependent variable isn't always common. Like,
No.
you will always have the independent. So it's like the independent existence is more obvious than anything else.
Yeah.
My thing is, what's the identity of this independent thing? That's what I'm.
Exactly, bro. Okay, okay, look, bro, look.
No, she got me tripping, bro.
Think about it. So, can we all agree that we cannot, and think about the way it designed it. It designed it in a way where you can question if you exist. You can question if your mom
With
exists.
logic. Yeah.
You can question everything. Sorry, specifically that you can doubt everything. But the one thing you can't doubt is that there is a reality.
Yep.
Right.
Because if you doubt reality, you being able to doubt reality is proof that there's reality. Because you wouldn't be able to doubt it. So
It
the
wasn't
things,
there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the things that are the most true are the ones that don't need proof. Are the ones where you disproving it proves it. You see? So
Yeah.
it's kind of funny how we know that we exist, dependent things, right? And we know that there's an output, there's life. That's how God designed the world in a way where the thing that you tapped out that was in front of your eyes the whole time, reality, is the very proof of his existence. The fact that you can even be. Because we
The fact
cannot...
that the word even exists.
Yes, bro. Think about it. We have things in front of us that are real, reality, but we cannot give rise to reality. Nothing can give rise to reality.
So
now, what would you say?
It's like
what would you say? What would you say if I were to say that you believe in God based on culture? That if you were not culturally aware of God, would you still believe in that?
I would,
of course.
I would even add, I would say that it's only culture that brings you away from God. God is the most self-evident thing that, like, you can't have anything else without it. So it's like, only culture can miskin me away from God or miskin me away from the accurate understanding.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if we were never told about God, would God still be there?
100%.
And how would you know that? How would you even think of that thought if it was never a thought to exist?
Flyboy, if I was in a cave, my entire life I was in a cave, and I didn't even see, and let's just say for some reason I didn't even have senses, I would, and it's complete darkness, and I didn't even, like, whatever, you know, I swear I would still believe God exists. Why? Because I know that there is still a reality. I know that I cannot give life to this reality. So
But why would you even question that if you never had any God? That's what I'm saying. Why would you question even any of those aspects? Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh, because Flyboy, I'm just the way God, the way I'm just like how I am is I think all the time. Like, I always question. I guess some people in this world think, and some people are just blind and they don't want to think.
Yo, you know what's crazy?
Okay, why not think, you know?
So there's a crazy quote, goes like this, okay? And it comes into what you were saying about the blind. How can is from Imam Hussein alayhi salam. How can a thing, the existence of which is dependent on you, be taken as a proof for your existence? Is there anything more evident than yourself disclose you? Are you hidden to need a guide to find you? Surely you are not. Are you far away to need your footprints to find you? Surely you are not. Blind may the eyes be, which do not see you watching in darkness. It's literally like he is more self-evident than anything. It's crazy.
Okay, hold on. It's like your idea of God is like a concept. You know? So, okay.
Drop their sniper.
In this case, what would you consider reality?
That which you can't deny.
Okay, so I'll be more specific, okay?
Okay.
I'll ask you, what wouldn't you consider reality? And then I'll explain to you what reality is. But first, show me what isn't reality, for me to even show you what is reality.
Yeah. I'm thinking. See, I thought it was. I thought it was as simple as. Well, maybe I shouldn't say as simple as. The everything in the universe and outside of the universe. Undefined infinity of nothing, and I don't know.
No, just everything. Everything is reality.
It basically
reality encompasses everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to take it back to.
Yeah, you just go as simple as that.
Picture.
Reality encompasses everything. Everything that you think is something in reality is in reality.
And outside the universe.
Don't even use the word universe. Stick to reality.
I kind of want to put like a scope on it, because I mean, outside.
Yeah, reality is the scope.
Yeah,
it is the scope.
I'm kind of like, I'm trying to guide y'all to like kind of where my mind is at. Maybe I'm
look.
Thinking
You can't look. The only way you can really win this specific argument right here, right now, is when you pick apart the specific definition that they use to define God, and so that's all you have to do. And I mean, like. It's a very big definition that has a lot of words that need defining as well. So it's just a long conversation.
You're right,
you know
bro.
what I mean?
Let's get rid of these big words. Do you guys all agree that dependent things cannot give life to existence?
Yep.
Okay, we all agree with this, right?
I still don't know exactly what that means.
Okay, if one thing that's dependent existed, would there be existence?
If there's one thing that is dependent.
Sorry, could one thing...
Independent things.
If there's only one thing that's dependent, there's no way it would exist. Because it would need another, right? Think about it.
It, by definition, needs another thing.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Okay.
Independent thing.
So,
Friendly UAV on
that means, okay. So this is very simple. That means dependent things cannot explain why there's existence at all, ever. They do not have existence within them.
Okay.
So
Mission accomplished. Lack a job.
if we all agree, number one, that there is existence, then we agree that dependent things is not enough to explain existence. There must be something that exists that is not dependent, that is the explanation for why there are dependent things or for why there is existence.
So you think so? Independent things cause things to exist, or an independent? An independent thing.
Yeah.
Causes existence.
Yes. Because dependent things can. Here, I'll add Danny to the comment. Oh,
And-
Flyboy. One sec, bro. Danny, because Flyboy was on. I think he just disconnected. One sec. If Flyboy doesn't get on, we'll add Danny. We got Danny. Let's go. What's up, Danny?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, bro.
Okay, but eternal would also mean that it's always existed, right? That would imply. Damn it. Yeah. So, I mean, dependent also implies a beginning.
Not always.
Well,
not
if you want to throw
necessarily.
time into this as a.
Not always. Oh, I'm back. Oh, you want? Yo, Horace, is it okay if we add Flyboy and I can add you on another time? Because I want to kind of hear Danny speak.
On this
Well,
stuff.
well to be honest, I've just been waiting politely to like bring up a lot of my questions and letting
Oh,
everyone
my
else
bad,
speak.
bro. Sorry.
Yeah. For example, like I mean, like I said, I need your definition of God, but I mean, going based off of just the whole dependent and stuff, like that to me just screams out change. Like what is different from just the concept of change?
Okay, the concept of change is a concept, right?
Right. Which
Yeah,
to
we
me, I
say-
sort of think that's what God is too.
Sure. So we say God is not a concept.
Right.
So that's the difference. You're saying what's the difference between the concept of change and God? We say that sure, there's a concept of God, but when we say it's something that exists independently from the mind, something that actually exists outside of the mind. Not just a concept.
So wait, so God existing would imply that he's a part of reality, or
If by part of reality you mean he isn't a conception, then sure. He isn't just
So then God is a contradiction because that's the only other thing that exists out of realities, as per you had said when I was on before.
I literally just said, if by reality you mean that he exists outside of one's mind, it's not just a conception, then yes, he's within reality. He actually exists. He's not a contradiction. If this is how we're defining it, yeah. Should be coming round the mountain.
be almost like God.
But
is
contradictions
reality.
don't exist in reality, and you just said God was a contradiction. So how does that make sense?
Okay, I'm gonna specify. Contradictions don't exist within reality. God is not a contradiction. Like, I don't know how else.
It's almost like God
So-
is reality in this.
Yeah.
era.
So what is? So then I'm trying to like I guess you actually, so you called me out. I'm trying to space it out, right? So there's reality, which can you say is like a bubble, a dome? Can you like represent it as like a, you know, like something that encompasses
It's
things?
everything, concepts.
Hold on, I need him. I would like Moshi to answer if that's okay. Like, does reality encompass everything?
When you
Obviously,
say
yeah.
encompass, do you mean it in the sense of in the sense of composition?
Material and immaterial.
Sure, yeah. If we want to say that the set of all things is reality, and you're including immaterial things, no problem. Then I would say that God absolutely is within the realm of reality. He's not real, right? So he's real.
Yep. Right, which is what you believe, obviously, and I'm trying to disprove.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
So
instead of trying to disprove, maybe we should just submit, accept truth. You know? Just accept. Sorry, go ahead.
damn, this is a mind F, heavy mind F.
Think about
I
it.
don't know if he's finished with his question because I'd like to take the argument from the top if Moshi
Yeah, sure, Danny, go ahead.
wants to. So, how I understand your contingency argument, right? This talk of dependency, that's an explanatory relation, right? And that includes causal dependency as well as conceptual dependency, or just any sense of dependency.
Any sense.
Any sense. All right. And all right. So then you're saying so they're contingent things. I agree with that. And our last conversation, what we were disputing is whether all contingent things have an explanation, or whether all contingent things have a dependency relation.
So
now I don't know if you want to start there or if you want to start somewhere else.
Okay, how do you define a contingent thing?
A contingent thing is a thing that would exist in some possible worlds and not all.
Okay.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Cool. Okay, carry on.
Okay. So you have. So the question is, you accept the PSR, so that sort of implies that every contingent thing, there must be something else. Right.
The argument we specifically use right now, we have one that we deny we obviously accept the PSR, but we have an argument without the PSR. So.
Okay. Can you? I'm not so familiar then how it goes without the PSR. So if you could start from the top, if you don't mind.
Okay. So for anything that exists, let's call it Y.
Hostile sentries online.
Either there's something else that exists, such that, let's just say the other thing is X. So such that f of X is equal to Y, or there is no other thing that exists. It's just Y.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand it through the lens of a function. So there's X and Y, and you're saying that what's the function exactly?
Yeah. So if something exists, let's just call that thing Y. Right?
Okay.
It's either there's something else that exists, such that that other, let's say the other thing is X, such that f of X is equal to Y, or not, or it's just by itself, or another existence. So the function here is literally just saying that if we input the other existence, then Y gets spat out. In other words, this is you could say it's its cause.
And it would be impossible for, let's say, Y, whatever that is, it would be impossible that that for something else, for that to be the sole kind of existence. Is that the idea?
No, it could very well be. We're just saying if something exists, it's either it needs something else or not. If it needs something else, if it needs something else, then it's f of X is equal to Y. It doesn't, where X is the cause. If it doesn't need something else, then it's just Y.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
Flyboy, you were gonna say.
So, a necessary thing is something that must exist and cannot fail to exist without a logical contradiction?
So that which is necessary has to exist in all possible worlds. Basically, removing it from it not being there is a contradiction.
With respect to itself.
Yeah. Positing the non-existence of something necessary yields a contradiction.
And since it's not like a physical object or a living organism, that's kind of like that those things need to exist. Like they need to like even though their existence is not necessary, you know, they could be there or not be there. But like that's kind of where we come to the conclusion with like the whole God thing being contingent and necessary, right?
We wouldn't say God is contingent and necessary.
Okay.
We just say he's necessary.
Okay. So can
And-
something
and-
be not necessary?
Yeah, that which is not necessary is contingent.
See, it's raw. Like,
Look,
Wait, can
what
you,
he-
so
what-
can
it's
you go
not
back
that-
to the function? So f
But
of
it's
x
not
is
that,
equal to
it's
y,
not that
or
different,
just
Fly
y?
Boy. All it is, and Moshi can correct me, a necessary thing, in some sense, here in, I think Moshi is talking about logical sense. Logically, it must exist in all hypotheticals, in all cases, in all possible worlds.
Correct.
If something exists, but it could have not existed, or if it exists in some worlds and not others, then we just call that a contingent thing. Is that how you're understanding it, Moshi?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the possible worlds is a little bit of a weaker type of necessity, although it still applies. Here it would be a logical necessity.
Well, possible.
That's why it's so much harder.
World. Right.
That's why it's so much harder to disprove something. Like people always want to be like, "Oh yeah, it's impossible to prove a negative," but like we're literally doing it right now. You know what I mean? And it's
here that you can't prove a negative.
no,
I mean,
no,
well,
but that's like we're right now debating, and this is amazing because this is the first time in a Moshi live stream that it hasn't been waffling and stupid people saying stupid shit all the time. You know what I mean? Like we're literally here to debate, and we're like bouncing off the knowledge off of each other, and that's what this is supposed to be about. I think
Fire.
this is what Moshi wants. Do you know what I mean?
That's all I want. Yeah, a fun conversation.
And it's just it's insane because like I said, we're trying to prove a negative, and that's what we're doing right now. And people want to, we're like, oh well, it's impossible to prove a negative. Well, they just don't have the logic to even like consume this kind of knowledge that we're giving right now. Do you know what I mean?
Where did atheists get this concept that they can't prove a negative? Where did they get this from?
That's not just atheists, by the way.
Yeah. See,
Bro.
this is why like I'm like I said, I'm on a teeter-totter. Like I'm like, oh yeah, one hand God exists, and then one hand I'm like, but how? And then like every time I come in here, every time Moshi just yet again, just you know what I mean? Like this is like why I'm glad that I'm here because like I said, we're doing the proving the negative right now, right? And it's like it almost makes it impossible for me to try and supersede Moshi in this sense because we're not bringing religion strictly into this. We're using logic to deduct this. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like, okay, well, we just talked about something being necessary and contingent. You know what I mean? And it's hard to disprove both of those things, right?
I don't know about
It's
all that,
not
but
impossible.
I want to try to get through the argument because I have work in 4 or 5 hours.
I'll say one thing before I go to the argument. Yo, Fly Boy.
Controls 2 objectives. Push the offensive.
What if he does exist?
Our UAV is orbiting the
Yeah,
area.
see, that's insane, bro. Like,
Think about it, yo. Yo,
and
you know
every
what's
time I
crazy?
come in here, I'm just like,
Yo,
how
it's
could
like-
I try and disprove something
Okay,
so
wait,
mind-boggling?
Let Danny talk. I want to hear Danny.
Yeah,
Think
go ahead.
about the sickest movies like The Matrix and stuff. Why is it that we like these types of movies? Why do humans even like movies to begin with? Why do we like stories? It's
'Cause it
almost
makes
like
us
this is one
think.
big. It's almost like this is one big story, and he's the ultimate storyteller. So it's within our innate disposition to like stories, because we're from the ultimate storyteller. Think about it, bro.
Right.
Okay, sorry, Danny. So premise one.
So we left off with either a thing. It seems like what you're saying. Either thing has an explanation, so it requires another thing to explain it, or another fact, or there's something that exists and it's not explained. It's brute. That's how I understood your X, Y.
It's not explained by another.
Yeah. See,
It's not
by the way, the
becoming,
word
as opposed
one sec,
to-
one sec. The word explained is a bad. Technically, we're not talking about explanations. All we're saying is if something exists, either there's something else such that f of x is equal to that thing, or not. Now, if
Contingent
y is
and
by
necessary.
itself, like if y is by itself, you can say that there's nothing that explains it, or you can say that it explains itself. The concept of explanation, this is subjective. We can say it explains itself, or it's explained by nothing. That's irrelevant. That's not there yet. Because again, this does not apply. This doesn't presuppose a PSL. All we're saying is this, either y is by itself or y is not by itself.
And since like we're living things, like we need to be contingent and necessary to the things around us, right? But since this is out of our realm, out of our world, it doesn't need to be contingent and necessary.
But wait, doesn't using the word or?
Well, let's just. I just want to try to understand Moshi for right now. Y'all are pretty nice. Anyway, I would probably kick a lot of people out. But anyway, Moshi's pretty nice. The point is that okay, so yeah, either you have Y existing by itself, or you have Y existing with something else. That's how I'm hearing.
Exactly. That's
Okay.
all I'm saying. Literally.
Okay.
Very simple.
It's more specific. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and if y is existing with another, it's either the case there's a relationship with the other such that f of x is equal to y or not. That's all I'm saying.
When
So
you
it's
say
not
f
that
of x,
there's-
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
When you say f of x equals to y, is that relation not? You're saying that doesn't necessarily have to be an explanatory relation.
No, all the time is that, well, if you want to say, okay, if you want to say explanatory relation, no problem.
Okay.
No problem, it's okay. The explanation for y's existence is the very existence of x. In other words, if x doesn't exist, y doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah, okay, so yeah, I can think of that, yeah, we can just think of explanation in terms of that conditional. So it's either that there is such a relation or there's not such a relation, it's the case that x and y exist, right? Is that kind of this next step?
But it's not, it's a relation thing, so one has priority. One is, you can call it explanation for the other rather than the vice versa.
Yeah, specifically, if we say f of x is equal to y, then it logically entails that x is posterior to y and y is anterior.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's,
Like,
the
although,
cause is always posterior to the effect.
yeah, so although, like, for example, P entails Q. Yes, there may there's priority here, which is the entailer and the entailed. Right? There's priority in P over Q. Relation.
Yeah, but okay. There are different types of relations and conditionals. Like you could temporal relation, you know, if E1 and E2, right? But the elements of each event may not be causally connected or explanatory.
Yeah, we're saying if something exists, it's either there's another, such that f of x is equal to that thing, which is y, which means it's the explanation for its existence, or there is no need for something else for it to exist.
Or you could have x and y existing, but they have no such conditional, no relation.
See, but here's the thing: if you say we have x existing and y existing, within x, it is such that x exists and there's no need for another existence, or within y, it's such that y exists and there's no need for another existence. In other words, when you say what if two things exist and they're not related, that's fine, brother. There's no issue with that. That's okay. The problem is with premise one, we're not talking about that. We're just saying if something exists, it's one of these two things. So in this case, for example, okay, look, premise one, option A, there needs to be something else. Option B, there doesn't need to be something else, right?
Okay, I think I'm following.
Yeah, so when you say what if two things exist and there's no causal relation, you're just positing a world where there's two things that exist that fall in this category. Okay, no problem. We're not like you can posit that. I'm not gonna try to dispute that because that's not part of the argument. I'm just saying that's acknowledge that there's two options.
Okay, yeah, and that's when I'm making sure that there are two options, that it is some kind of dichotomy. It seems like there is, so I'm tentatively with you.
Okay. Literally just, it's either this, it's either there needs to be another for it to exist, which means there's a relation, or there doesn't need to be a relation and it can just exist on its own. Right?
Okay, I think I understand.
Like that's all I think.
Not 100%, but I think I'm with you so far. So how do we proceed?
Okay, what you said you're not 100%. What don't you understand about?
Well, I think what you're saying is fine, although I'm also in the back of my head, you have, you know, I have three ways of thinking about how, if there's X and Y, you know, there's either they're brutally each exist, they don't depend on each other explanatorily, or they could depend on each other.
Yeah. Listen, if X and Y exist and they brutally exist without a relation to each other, you're literally just positing a world where there's two things that exist with an option B. That proves premise one actually. It proves that there's a possibility of, we're just saying, could it be the case either that there's something that exists where it doesn't need anything, or it needs something. That's all it is.
Okay.
We're not talking
That's
about
literally-
numbers of stuff. It's just.
All right, let's go ahead and continue. Let's go ahead and continue then. I think I'm with you.
Okay. Premise 2. Let's just say that the variable A, okay, represents the set of all things within an inclusive disjunction.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
I know what a disjunction is, but I don't know what you mean when you say inclusive disjunction.
Okay, typically people do an inclusive disjunction when there's more than two operators. So if you're familiar with the disjunction, just literally
A
think
or
of
B
it
or
as a
C.
disjunction. Yeah, think of it as a disjunction with more than two operators. Or sometimes, depending on where you learn this, they might call it operands. So
Okay. So you have A or B as an inclusive disjunction is just A or B, and then there's like an or C, like you have multiple options.
yeah, or C or D.
Or D. Okay.
Or, yeah, it goes on. Whether now when we say let A represent the set of all things within an inclusive disjunction, this could be it's to the nth number. So it could be a finite number or an infinite number. We don't know. We just say it's the set of all things. Okay.
All right. Okay. So here you have a set A, and it's an inclusive disjunction of everything that. And what was the rest of that?
It's just no. Honestly, the second part doesn't matter. It's the set of all things. Period.
Oh, the set of all things. Okay.
Cool. Okay,
So we
ready
just
for
have to
premise 3?
prove your disjuncts is false, right?
Exactly. Okay, premise
Sorry, you
3.
just have to prove what?
Exactly.
The disjuncts are false.
Actually, no. If you prove, okay, you'll see. Okay, premise
Or
3.
at least
ready for
one
premise
of the propositions is true.
Exactly. If one of the propositions is true, then A is true. If none of the propositions are true, then A is not true. It's this basic
Oh,
order.
are these the set of all things or the set of all true propositions? Or does that make a difference?
No, we're saying set of all things.
Okay, so it's not propositional. We're talking about and it's an extension.
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay.
All right, where do we go from here?
Now we have to ensure that at least one of them is true in order for the inconclusive disjunction to be a true statement.
Well, the thing is that if it's not propositional, there's no truth or falsity. They're not propositional. So
One sec. Danny, when we say proposition, okay?
We have taken the lead.
What's the issue with putting propositions within the set of these things?
Because if you're saying it's a set of things, as opposed to propositions, like this phone is not true or false, but the statement "this phone exists" is true or false. So there's a difference between, I suppose,
okay. When we
a
say
state
the
of
phone,
affairs.
right? But when you say the phone is not true or false, I would argue that is false, because the moment you say the phone, you're acknowledging the phone exists, which is a truth value in of itself.
Yeah, but the phone is different. The phone is different from the proposition the phone exists. Right. There's a classic.
No,
distinction.
he's just Danny. For this specific thing, he's saying a phone. Change. He just means change the word the to because when you say then you don't know if it exists or not.
There's a classic distinction, Moshi, between a proposition and a state of affair, right? Or a thing and a proposition.
Okay, bro. Let's do all true propositions.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, would you agree that if the set of all things, including true propositions, okay, in an inclusive disjunction is false, then that would entail that there's no reality?
Oh, I lost you there. So there's the set of, presumably this set is in, we're talking about the actual world or something, right? There's a set of things that exist, right?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
we could, whether it be the set of all true propositions, and then you're saying what's the entailment from
In
that?
other words, the set of all things in an inclusive disjunction has to yield a truth value. because we know that things exist.
Yeah, and
Like you can't like that's all I'm saying.
we
If
don't have
we agree-
sufficient evidence that we don't exist because we exist right now.
Exactly. So all I'm saying is if there is a set of all things in an inclusive destruction, it has to yield a positive, not a negative.
I'm
you agree?
confused. So you have the set of true propositions, and then what follows from that?
Okay, if there's a set of true propositions in an inclusive disjunction, then it logically entails that it has to yield a truth value. It cannot
What has
be
to yield a
negative.
truth value?
The inclusive disjunction.
Okay, well, they're also that's a disjunction being true. So like if I say it's either peas or carrots, that's going to be true. So then so it's either peas or carrots or mashed potatoes is going to be true. So you can just go on and say that statement is that because if each member of the set is a proposition, then they're each going to have their own truth value, and then it's going to be true that they're all true.
Yeah.
It's going to be
But then
the set.
we'd have to prove that they're like, for instance, if we want to prove that there are no elephants in a particular forest, we might have to conduct a thorough search of the forest and fail to find any of those elephants.
Okay, so I think I'm trying to understand you, Moshi.
Just to be able to say there are no elephants in the forest that don't exist.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
In an inclusive disjunction, you have operators, right? Propositions. Proposition 1, proposition 2.
Right.
If one proposition is true, the whole disjunction is true, right?
But it's true. Isn't it true? All the propositions are true in virtue of the set that you've labeled it as the set of all true propositions, right?
Okay.
And we already used mathematical proposition to see if it was false, so we couldn't do that to find a contradiction either.
And one other thing, Moshi, the way I understand elements in a set is not in terms of a disjunction. They're like, if you think about set theory, each member is separated by like a comma, not like a disjunction or a conjunction, right? I guess it would be a conjunction, right? If anything. But so like take the set of people in this live, right? It'd be Moshi, comma, Ching, Tom, comma, Finesser, right? It's not Moshi or Ching or Doubt Finesser. So I'm just thinking in terms of set theory. I'm thinking about how they separate elements in the set.
Yeah, the reason why we do an OR gate is because have you ever programmed at all, by the way, or do you know any programming?
I know zero about programming.
That's okay. Pretty much the reason why we do an OR gate is essentially what the argument is, it's proof by contradiction. We're trying to show why it's impossible for there to only be things that need other things. So the way we do that is we go through every single thing that exists. This, proposition 1, or proposition 2, or proposition 3. Because as long as one of them is true, then that means there is a truth. Which means
because we have to prove all the disjuncts is false.
Yes,
yeah, but
exactly.
What is the name of the set? Isn't the set of all true propositions?
Okay.
We have to just indicate
which is a contradiction, which is what I've been trying to say so many times before, that the way you're describing things ends up being that God is either change, God is either potential for everything, just everything, and all-encompassing, which includes reality and us, which means we're God, and is now a contradiction because you said before God can't be other forms.
Well, they can both
so
be,
you know what I mean?
both things.
Okay. Look, guys, look, please. Okay. In premise 1, we said that if something exists, it's either it exists because there's something else that exists, such that f of x is equal to y, where x is posterior and y is anterior, right?
Okay.
So we are acknowledging if something exists, it's either this or that. We're saying the thing that exists, let's put all the things in manifestation. That's all we're saying.
Okay.
We can't do that. We can't lead to a contradiction. And that's what's crazy about this is he's using mathematical proposition, and it's not false, and there's no way we can find the contradiction there.
Like, Danny, what's the issue with me putting all things that exist within an inclusive disjunction?
I thought you were talking about a set of true propositions, but that's where I kind of got lost, because if I have a set of all true propositions, I'm not going to have a disjunction.
And if one of them, at least one of the propositions is true, then we can't find any problem with this. We can't find any false falsities, I guess, in his disjuncts.
Okay, do you have an issue, Danny, with putting a set of all things that exist inside of a disjunction?
Yeah. So
what's the issue?
can we use this room as an example? Let's say this survives as reality as an analogy. You're saying that let's put every person in a disjunction. Okay, so we have Moshi or Chink or Doubtfinesser or Gamer or Danny or Flyboy. But that's kind of confusing because if we're already saying that each of these things exist, or then why are we framing it in terms of a disjunction? It's not the case that it's Chink or Moshi. It is the case that it's Chink and Moshi. It's a conjunction.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay.
In the analogy, at least. Take the analogy,
okay.
right?
Sure.
If this is reality or whatever, right? It's not true. It's going to be true that you and Chink exist in this Chink. I'm not sorry. That sounds like a slur.
Whoa.
Chitty okay.
I've been saying chitty okay.
About to
I'm
get
sorry.
Mochi banned here. Calm down.
Yeah, TikTok. That's my fault. That wasn't Moshi's. So, I mean, I'm just confused. If I'm trying to describe what's real, I would put it in a conjunction. Is what I'm trying to say. So, I guess it's not what you're.
It's just that there is this OR gate, okay? Where if it is the case that there is one thing that exists, then the proposition there is reality would remain true. It's simple as that.
Okay, well then I have no problem with this, right? I mean, if there's go ahead.
Okay. With what you said, okay, we're not corresponding this set of all things within our current reality. We're not saying all these. So, can you hear me?
I can hear
you. Okay, but we can get AirPods. Okay, so look. All we're saying is this, okay? If something were to exist, it's either this or that. If, okay? Now, if it exists, this is a truth value, right?
Yeah.
It's true, right?
If it exists, there's a true statement about that thing existing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. So what I'm doing, but here's the thing: if it's the case that the only reason that it exists is due to another, such that f of x is equal to it, then we have to ask ourselves, what's f of x reduced down to? F of x is only going to be reduced down to another f of x, because that x needs another f of x, and that x needs another f of x, which means if it is the case that there is a disjunction filled with things that exist that just need f of x, it'll always just be f of x.
So what is f of x? Can you explain what f of x is in your analogy?
Always know that it's not true. F of x in of itself is not true. It is undefined.
So we are not true? Like I don't understand that.
Just we're gonna
this
get
can't be expressed in a simple disjunction.
We're gonna explain. We're gonna explain. One sec. So Danny, what I'm saying is this: if you agree that there is a possibility for a thing to exist such that f of x is equal to y, then you are also agreeing that if we did a set of all things, that each operator reduced down is literally just going to be f of x, f of x, f of x, which is not true. It does not yield a positive. It's undefined or false, which means the disjunction is actually false. And if the disjunction is false, it yields a contradiction because we know that there is existence. So there cannot be just a plethora of things that just need other things.
They don't lend themselves to binary choices.
So not all things can exist. So not all things that exist are that where f of x is equal to the thing existing.
Wait. But how about the opposite? Why can't it just be a whole bunch of things that need themselves to exist, as opposed to things needing other things?
Why can't there? Sorry, say that again. Why can't there what?
Yeah, it's just playing along with what you said. Why can't things exist that need themselves?
Yeah.
Well, many things can be expressed as a disjunction, but not everything can be reduced to a binary choice.
I guess maybe it's because I'm not so mathematically minded. But when I hear f of x equals y, and then right before it I hear some kind of conditional as if to differentiate it from f of x equals y, whatever that's supposed to refer or express, I get a little confused, and it might be my fault. In fact, I'm just trying to understand what I thought I understood, and I want to put it in more simple terms, but apparently putting it in more simple terms doesn't get at what you're trying to say. What I want to say you're saying is that you have x. Now, it's either the case that x exists in a brute way, right, where there's no. Sorry, what?
Let's just say y, because I use.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so you have y. Either y brutally exists, or y depends on another. It's explained by another. Okay, so now, I am confused then. I don't know.
No, there's a reason. There's a reason. You specifying that y is brute is adding more. When really
it is,
not dependent doesn't entail brute. Not dependent entails two possibilities, which is essentially necessary, or essentially contingent and just happens to exist, right? So the dichotomy would be false there. So it would rather be, it's better just to say that it's either dependent or it's not, leaving the other possibility.
All I mean by brute is that it's not explained.
No, but
but
saying it's not explained.
The explanation is
a presupposition.
The explanation is gonna either be derived in itself or through another.
Why can it not be explained?
Who said it has to not be explained?
But look, the point is that it seems like a true dichotomy. Either what was it, x or y? Either y is not explained or it is, right?
Yes,
No.
That
Wait,
is
no. He's using the word explained. Like, why can't y be the explanation for itself?
Yeah.
Why
are
is it...
you saying explanation has to be external?
No, I'm not supposing that.
Okay. So then, if you're not supposing that, then you'll have to recognize that there's a possibility of something being explained in itself.
Well, I'm sort of skeptical of that, but I'm willing to grant.
But why?
Why?
I don't know what it means to say that something explains itself, other than to say some kind of conditional where if it weren't for my. Sorry, go ahead.
1 sec, bro.
No,
I might not be hearing you correctly. Are you seriously suggesting that because you don't understand what it means, that therefore you're skeptical of the possibility, right?
Well, for me to entertain it as a possibility, I have to understand what it means.
Okay, but we've just told you what it means.
What does it mean?
To be explained through itself.
Something is explained in itself.
In itself, yeah. What does that mean?
Okay.
You want to break that? Well, that's pretty self-evident definition, but let me break it down further, just because. Okay. So, first, are you familiar with the 3 categories of existence?
You mean like the Anselmium type, where either something is explained by itself, explained by another, or not explained? Is that what you're talking about?
Not precisely. So.
Okay. Well, then I don't know.
Simply this. Okay. Something is either an impossible existence, meaning that why it doesn't exist is due to it. So for example, a squared circle doesn't exist not because it doesn't have a cause, but a squared circle doesn't exist because its own nature necessitates its non-existence.
Yeah, but all I would say is that square circles don't exist because there's a logical contradiction with the statement that
Of course, yes. That's an agreement.
Can it brutally exist?
But there, I would never use the language of the thing. Explain why.
One second. So what's the difference between this? Okay. So let's say I have an apple that doesn't exist, and a squared circle that doesn't exist. Why is it that the apple doesn't exist versus why is it that the squared circle doesn't exist? What's the reason?
Okay, so in the square circle, there's a logical contradiction.
Precisely.
So that's, right. And in terms of why an apple doesn't exist, well, that might vary. There might not be an explanation for it. There might be an explanation for it.
Precisely. So now let's say there was an explanation for the squared circle. Would it exist?
There's an explanation for the squared circle?
Yeah, let's say the squared circle somehow had a cause. Would it exist?
That's an impossible world.
I know that's the whole point, right? The whole point is that a squared circle, fundamentally, irrespective of a cause or not, unlike the apple, because if the apple had a cause, it could exist.
But a squared circle, fundamentally, irrespective of whether it had a cause or not, would never exist. Now, your thing to that is, oh, that's because it's a logical contradiction. That's my whole point, right? Because it's within its nature, it's within the essence of a squared circle not to exist.
But I don't think that. I mean, what are you taking essence to be here? I take essence to be
What it is.
Yeah, but it's nothing, right? There's no.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
No. The essence of that squared circle is that a contradiction,
Yes.
right? So that doesn't mean that everything that has an essence of what it is a contradiction and nothing.
Sorry, could you redefine essence?
Of what something is.
What something
Okay, so the essence, what it is, but it explains why it cannot be?
No, it just explains what it is.
Danny, the way you win this is that you ask them to define God, and then through the definition they give, you find why
We haven't gotten
a
that far,
circle
though.
can't be a square. Man, that's where you need to start, is with a definition of God. And no one ever starts there. I don't know why. Like, you need them to define God, and then you need to pick
Well,
it apart.
we haven't
Otherwise,
gotten
it's
that
never
far.
going to
Look,
work.
Simply speaking.
We can.
So
Yo,
Danny.
okay, I just want to say something very simple.
Go for it.
You agree that X could be the explanation for Y, right?
Okay.
Okay. So Y is explained by X, right?
Okay.
Cool.
Could be, I thought you said.
Right.
If it is, yeah.
Right. If
in
it
a
is,
world where-
yes. If it is, that means Y is explained by X. Okay. There's also a world where Y, let's just say Y is just by itself. It doesn't need X. Let's just say that that's the case, okay? If Y is by itself, right, it's one of two things. First of all, if Y is by itself, you're saying that you don't know what it means for it to be the explanation of itself.
Right.
Okay. Just because you don't know what it means, right,
Securing Charlie.
does that mean that it cannot be the case?
Well, I can't even assess whether it can or cannot be the case.
Okay. Y in one world is explained by another, right?
Secure. Hold what you got.
Okay.
Okay, you know what it means when we say explain.
Right, I do. In the context of being explained by another.
When we say explained by another, you know what we mean.
Right.
When we say explained, it's in respect to its existence, why it exists. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Repeat. I think I did. Repeat it just to be
When
sure.
we say Y is explained by X, that's just saying Y exists literally because X.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Cool. So, when we say Y is explained by itself, that's literally just saying Y exists because of itself.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I take the Humean view on this, right?
But here,
you know
no,
what
but
Hume
Danny,
said?
before you take any view on this, listen very carefully, bro, okay? You can't. So now when you say it doesn't make sense, it could mean two things. It's either now you're saying
I need you back in the fight.
understand what we're saying, but it's a contradiction, or it's incoherent, or you don't even know what we're saying. Which one is it?
Oh, I can't assess a contradiction. I don't even know what it means.
Wait, okay. You don't know what we mean when I say something exists because it allows itself to exist.
Right, exactly. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
And many people don't know what that means.
One second. What do you mean when you say you don't know what that means? Because now I'm confused.
Because the way that I understand explanation is that conceptually, or at least when it comes to cause and effect, rather, the cause and effect are going to be conceptually distinct, right?
Okay.
That's Hume's
This
point.
sounds inductive to me what you're saying.
No, I'm telling you that Hume's view, and I take Hume's view in this case, is that when you're talking about cause and effect, right? If X, then Y, then they won't be conceptually entailed by another. That's why you need laws
Exactly.
for necessity.
Wait, Hadi. If X, then Y, right?
In the case
That's
of cause and effect, X and Y must be conceptually distinct.
Okay. Sorry, Hadi, you're gonna say something? Because it might go off path.
With Hume's view, like let's say I'm rolling, let's say I'm flicking something off of a table. You can't assume the causation between my finger and something flicking off of the table, correct?
Well, the point is that what causation is a constant conjunction, right?
It's a concept that is derived from realities, and it's not an actual reality, correct?
Well, but that's not what I'm talking about when I'm saying you're right. There's something there, but that's not what I'm talking about Hume's view when he talks about what cause and effect were conceptually speaking as being independent from each other, right? That's something different.
Okay, so fundamentally, wait, do you agree? Okay, so draw the exact distinction here, okay? So when you say that something is caused by another or something is explained by another, you get what that means. You also know what it means for something to be explained. You also know what it means for something to be another. The moment we say explained, and instead of using the word other, we use itself. Now you're saying
explained. To say that explained.
One second.
Go ahead.
So now you're saying that just because we flip the word other to itself, that you don't know what it means. When in order to even define the word other, you first need the word itself.
The point is that explained in the causal sense already implies other, on my view.
Okay. So now, why is explanation?
No, that's not true, Danny. Sorry, that's not true.
Yeah, I know it's not true, and I'm gonna show. He now has a burden of proof. Now he has a burden of proof that he has to fill.
Ridiculous.
Why is it that explanation is always extrinsic?
Extrinsic, yeah, because the way that I use the term explanation is that it's contrastive, right? That's the first element of explanation. It's contrastive. So
what does contrastive mean?
Contrastive. So you have one outcome, let's say outcome A, and then there was a possible outcome B, right? And what an explanation does is ground one outcome and rule out the possibility of the other given that explanation. So
okay, so you're saying explanation is only ever going to be talking about contingent things, correct?
No, it's contrastive. Well,
yes, contrastive. Contingent thing is essentially not existent or non-existent, meaning that you need something to tip the scale. That's what you're saying by here.
You might be right about that analysis of explanation only belongs in the contingent realm of things. I don't know.
That's according to what you're saying right now.
Okay, that might be right, but that's immaterial to how I'm construing explanation in the first place, right?
No, but you're saying it's contrastive, right? So meaning that explanation is just an explanation, quote unquote. It's using it in the definition, but allow it anyway. It's just an explanation as to why one thing over another thing happened, correct?
Right, exactly.
Yes. Okay. So now that is presupposing contingency, meaning that you've stuck the word explanation. By definition, you've ruled it out for some reason, automatically away from necessary existences, and you've defined away a necessary existence just because you've said the definition of explanation is only towards a contrastive,
which yes, exactly. And by the way,
I said that might be right, but remember that I'm only talking about cause and effect. When we're talking about, go ahead.
One thing I just want to clear out the sun. Danny actually doesn't have the burden of proof. He wouldn't have had the burden of proof had he not admitted that he understands what we mean when we say necessary.
Yeah.
So because you understand what necessary means, one must ask, why do you remove it from why doesn't your definition of explanation encompass that which is necessary?
It does, but in a different domain. So there are two types of explanations, and I'm only talking about one, right? There is such thing as explanation in the conceptual realm, but that just reduces down to meaning or logical intelligence, right? So, for instance, you being a bachelor will explain why I believe. Oh, no, I shouldn't use believe. If the proposition that you are a bachelor will explain the truth of the proposition you are a man. That's a sense of explanation, right? And there's I bet there's a kind of contrastive element there in the way that, like, if it's ruling out.
That's just one example of how explanation can be used. The problem is you're ruling out all the others.
No, but I only understand two modes of explanation: causal and non.
You know what? Let's stick to this so it's more encompassing. Okay? By the way, I already said this earlier and you agreed to it. So I'm going to say it again. Okay? When we say Y is explained by X, okay? What this means is Y is something, right? A thing that exists, an existence. So do you know what that means when we say Y?
Yeah. So far so good.
Cool. Now when we say is explained, we are referring to specifically why is it the case, or what causes, it's a primitive notion that you'd understand. What causes Y's existence? Because Y exists. So it's either Y exists, and it's the explanation, the cause for its existence is another.
Yeah.
Right? Which is X. Notice how the word explanation doesn't presuppose that being external to it. It just means what's the reason.
Right? X is external to Y, right?
No, I said explain. Okay, when we say why is explained, right?
Right.
Why is caused. Cause literally just means why is it the case that why exists.
Right, it's contrastive. That's what I was saying, right? The point
Okay.
is that, look, let me just say it really quick. The point is that if y is explained by x, then we have a counterfactual that if x did not occur, y would have not
Wait,
obtained.
so what's the difference between a brute contingency and something being necessary?
So brute contingencies are just, there's no explanation for them, but they're worlds where the truth value is different, right? Whereas necessities, if we're talking about propositions,
Here it
go
is.
ahead.
No, say it, finish it.
Necessities, if we're talking about propositions, they're going to be true in all worlds. It's going to be true in all worlds.
Okay, but no. What explains a necessary proposition?
Oh, I don't know if that's that's just going to be a question about why should we accept one form of logic over another.
No. Why is it the
I don't
What is... Because when you talked about a brute contingency, you said explained by no other. Okay, cool. You use the word explained within a brute contingency. Use the word explained with that which is necessary. I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say necessary.
The point is that
now, it sounds like they're the same thing within your worldview.
By the way, what you're rejecting here, by the way, is you are not even allowed, because first of all, your concept of explanation only applies to contingent things now, right?
No. I gave you an example, a counterexample for that. Right. So look.
Okay. Even your counterexample, you explained why something was necessitated, correct? But
Right,
even
yeah.
that, it was necessitated by another fact.
Yeah.
So it's still
necessitated is explained, right?
It's still intrinsically contingent.
I don't see why that would be true.
Okay.
Because through
this
itself,
is like
it wouldn't exist, bro.
Okay. This is not to like say anything, but we have to scratch the fundamentals now. What do we mean by contingent? What do we mean by impossible? What do we mean by necessary?
Yeah.
These are the original three categories in which you're even using to define explanation. So we have to get back to the fundamentals, to be honest. Because I'm just telling you, what you're entailing is that there are no three categories of existences to begin with. What you're actually saying is...
Wait.
What?
How are you getting that?
Yes.
So
I'll
are you
explain
saying
exactly
that
how
God
you're
is
doing
the necessary being who exists necessarily and not contingently?
Yep. Of course.
That's insane.
Fire.
Well, that's what we're talking
That's
about.
crazy.
Yeah, that's what we talking
It's a
about.
hot debate, but in the philosophy of religion,
So look,
not crazy to...
So look, with your conception or with the view you've laid out, you actually have no right to even call something contingent.
Give me the argument for that.
The classical way to call something contingent is by negating necessity and negating impossibility.
No. Negating necessity is a contradictory, right? So it's contradiction.
No. One second. See, this is like fundamentals. Negating necessity and impossibility with respect to an essence.
Wait, I don't know what you said. I did not know what you said there.
Okay. Let me not use the word contingent anymore. Just to keep it simpler. Possible, impossible, necessary. These are the three categories of existence. Can you name a third?
I'm fine with those three.
Okay, there's no third. So now, first, generally speaking, this is how it's originally defined. This is like if one wants to really go back, even before Leibniz, before Thomas Aquinas.
Wait, just to be clear, this is logic. We're talking about a logical domain here, right?
I'm talking about the three categories of existence.
Yeah, but is that the logical modal type, or are you using a different modal type? Because necessity, when it comes to the physical world, that's going to mean something completely different than necessity in the logical modal scope.
Yeah, so in this type of necessity right now, I'm talking the fundamental way you even define the concepts, and that would be more in line with the logical scope of things.
Okay, so you're talking about the logical modal type.
Sure.
Okay.
You can say that.
Or is this more like the divine simplicity argument?
One sec. Wait, one sec.
That may be entailments.
By the way, I already know because I saw Vivi X whatever in the comments. Like, you guys, if you want, you can just invite them up instead of you guys having to type in your Discord groups. You know, it's okay. But listen, Danny, bro, can you explain to me? Because I want to learn. You know, explain to me the different types and when one should use the logical modality versus the other one, right? You said they're completely different. I'm trying to learn. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there are two less controversial modal types, and there are other modal types that are more controversial. The less
Okay,
controversial.
what's a modal type? I want to learn
Modal-
everything that you have.
Yeah. So you're asking what a modal type is?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. So when we're talking about modality, we're talking about possibility, but the different types of possibility with respect to certain constraints or laws,
Okay,
right?
but
So
what if someone rejects possibility? Like, how do you prove anything?
in general, like just period, like
Yeah,
logical
yeah, everything.
possibility.
Yeah, there's no possibility.
Yeah, they're what you call a necessitarian.
Right. Okay. So in this case, but from that specific point of view, how would a necessitarian show you that there's three different possible realities: impossible, contingent, and necessary?
They wouldn't be able to. They could only show that there are no contingent facts.
That's false.
That's false. See, bro.
No, that's no. You can look it up.
You're saying a necessitarian cannot logically prove their worldview, that there's no way for them to prove it.
No. I'm saying, look, I'm just saying that on necessitarians explicitly reject contingent facts and contingent.
One second.
By the way, that's also, by the way, false. You don't even know the position. But one sec, Danny. You're saying that can a necessitarian use logic to substantiate his worldview?
I don't think they can use modal logic in the way that I'm using. No.
Okay, in the way you're using it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro.
In the way that most other people that study modal logics, because the point is that the possibility operator, the contingency operator, they're not able to use that. They reject that operator.
No, they don't.
Well,
you
then
don't even know. Well, bro, you don't even know the position.
I don't think you know what necessitarian is.
You know what, bro? In necessitarian, okay? What are the two different types of necessities?
Between physical and
No.
You don't even know, bro. You don't even know.
I don't think you
the
know,
position.
right? What are the two? You're talking about either logical, physical, or metaphysical necessity, right?
No.
Well, then I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Bro,
The reason
know
I
the
think the
position.
problem here is that modern analytic philosophy is very, very limited, especially when it comes to in terms of their scope. Simply put, I'll just explain okay, for example, one of the first necessitarians, Ibn Sina, okay? He's the guy who probably came up with the contingency argument before Thomas Aquinas, who Thomas Aquinas took it from, and Leibniz, before both of them.
Yeah,
okay?
I taught him today, at my class.
Fire, amazing. So now, he was a necessitarian. He also used three categories: necessary, impossible, and contingent, and he rigorously defined all three. Right? Now, the way in which he defined these categories, it was very simple. He would say there's an impossible existence, that which can't exist, squared circles, etc.
What modal type is that? Oh, squared circles. It's possible.
Yeah. Squared circle. He would give a necessary existence, which is the opposite of a squared circle, which would be something that in itself exists. Then he would give the other category, which is the possible. The way you define possible existence is a possible, or he calls it contingent. Mumkin al-wujud is the precise word, meaning it's not a necessary, it's mumkin, it's maybe, right? Is by negating necessity and impossibility. A possible existence is that which is not necessary and not impossible.
That
The
would make that
definition.
just means possible.
Yes, exactly. Yes, not necessary or not impossible.
But then, if he's a necessitarian, right? Then all facts and things.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there, Danny.
We're gonna get
Danny,
there. We're gonna get there. But this is the fundamentals. Before we can even, this is ground rules. You know.
We have to know what these words mean, right? Before we dive into it.
Before we dive in, okay?
Yeah.
So this was the critique I was giving earlier, because in order to say one doesn't understand essentially necessary, then you won't even have the ability to define possible, because they would be all these terms are somewhat defined off of each other, because ultimately it comes down to just self-evidency.
But you're gonna have to give me the argument for that, right? Is that what you're about to do?
Okay. Specifically, I'm gonna explain first why you can use contingency and simultaneously be a necessitarian. Okay. Contingency.
Well, can you define necessitarian first?
Sure. Let's say everything is ultimately happening.
That is not how necessitarianism is defined today. So
You can say there's another way you can define it. There's only one possible world, etc.
Everything.
But first,
being,
please, before
But I
we
want to
even
be
go
clear
there,
on this. I want to be clear on what we're talking about. Is
Yes.
necessitarianism saying that all facts are necessary?
before we even go there, and I will agree.
The
I'll say
problem with
sure.
us agreeing or disagreeing, Danny, is when you say necessary. The problem is you like it's literally Western philosophy. Like it's
No,
not
he
taught this right
said
away.
he was talking about modal
Danny,
type. He was talking about the
one
logical modal type.
One sec, Danny, bro. When you say is everything necessary, your idea of necessary is too broad, and it's not
No, it's
specific
Ibn
enough.
Sina's. Did you not listen to Doubt Finesse? He
That
specifically
is,
gave
wait,
the
one sec,
example.
Danny. What are Ibn Sina died in order Danny? Okay, Hadi was gonna explain to you the two different types of necessities. In order to understand the two different types of necessities, okay, you have to understand what we mean when we say necessary, the fundamental.
He
So when you
explained it. He gave the example of a square triangle. That's logical.
Yeah, Danny, we were just about to dive deep. We gave you the seed, and we were gonna grow the tree and show you the two different branches, what this entails. The
Look,
entailments.
Moshe, you're accusing me of using a different sense of necessity when I understood.
Danny.
Okay, let me know when I can talk. Go ahead.
Okay. You don't understand right now, bro. We're trying to tell you and explain to you. If you understood, okay, you know what, bro? Your question is everything necessary? In one respect, yes. In another respect, no. You would need to understand the definition. This is the answer. If you want to learn, let us keep talking.
All right, I wanted to say when I asked Doubt Finesser when Ibn Sina, or I think they call him Avicenna, he in North America, when he talked about the three different types of descriptions of reality or the modal terms, he gave an example of necessary according to Ibn Sina as a square triangle being impossible, right? Which is the logical modal type. That's the same modal type I've been operating on.
Yeah, but Danny, unfortunately, Ibn Sina, the guy that invented medicine, is a little smarter, and he dug a little deeper, and he found out that the seed that is necessary expanded into two different branches, and we're about to tell it to you. So when you say, is the worldview mean that everything is necessary, a necessary fact? Unfortunately, that's too broad. In one respect, yes, in another, no. It depends what you mean. So, bro.
All right, what do y'all mean by necessary
Fantastic,
fact? Okay.
Go ahead.
It's not the modal. It's not the logical modal type. So what modal type is it?
Danny, is it possible?
We didn't say that.
Okay. Danny, imagine P is necessary. Okay.
Okay.
Now P necessarily causes Q.
Causes?
Explains Q.
Okay.
No problem. Okay, cool. That means P is now necessary, and Q is now necessary.
Right.
Both of them have to exist because as soon as P exists, Q has to exist. The distinction is even though they're both necessary, think about this, Danny. Even though they're both necessary, there's still a distinction between them.
Yeah.
One is necessary, but is explained by itself through itself. It's by the way, you guys will call it ase, okay? The other is necessary, but only necessary through another, because of another, right? However, through itself, it's contingent. It cannot exist through itself.
Yes.
Bro. Itself alone. See, bro, you gotta expand your brain. Okay, you know
This
what, bro?
doesn't make any sense. This
You
is
know what,
nonsense.
Danny?
This is like.
One sec,
bro.
Danny. If we make no sense, and if it is actually nonsense, is there a distinction between P and Q?
Yes.
Okay, what is the distinction between P and Q?
That there is a dependency relation between P and Q, such that Q depends on P.
Okay, so are they both necessary?
Yes.
Okay, so one is necessary and dependent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, necessary and what?
Just necessary, not explained.
Oh my god.
Okay, why isn't it the case that it's necessary and independent? Why do you jump to not explain?
Is independent just mean non-explained? What do you mean by independent?
He's asking me.
Bro.
Why do you even say an independent necessary? What does the word necessary mean in the case of an independent?
So I don't use the word independent very often in this modal talk.
It is okay.
If you're not going to use the word independent, then you have no right. Yeah, please. You cannot say the word necessary because the word necessary is when it talks about the God or necessary being is referring to essentially necessary, which you say you don't even know what it means. So why are you using this word necessary when actually what you're referring to is independent, meaning not explained?
Look, the way that I understand necessities is a property of propositions, not a thing. That's my view. But I'm working with you and trying to understand, or just using the language of what it means to apply necessity as a property to a thing in the actual world or state of affair, right? So that's the first problem, right? Go ahead. You want to say something, Moshi?
Yeah, I just want. Okay, there's the Q. Okay, one of them is necessary and dependent, right? Okay, when you say
one of them is necessary and explained by another fact, which is also necessary.
no, but you use the word dependent, bro.
Dependent, explained, same thing, right?
Great. Okay. What's the opposite of dependent?
Not explained.
Okay.
Setting device on Alpha.
What does independent mean? Is it the same? Is it synonymous with not explained?
I don't use this terminology is not found in contemporary modal logic. So you're gonna have to tell me what you mean by independent.
I'll explain exactly what I mean by independent.
No, but then
however,
the moment you explain it,
yeah.
he's gonna say, "I don't know what you mean by."
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Because I haven't read it.
Which.
Oh, I've read it, but it's unintelligible, and it's not like y'all can explain it.
I've explained it.
We've explained it so many times, and the moment we explain it,
you've explained independent so many times. You've explained what essentially necessary.
Yes.
No, you haven't.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
Give me the definition of essentially necessary.
Remember premise 1? I said either f of x is equal to y, or there's just y, and then you said, okay, so y is a brute fact, and then we literally said y is explained through itself, and then
what does that mean?
Exactly, and then you said, what does that mean? And then we used words that you use.
Set a charge on the target and
we literally and then
give me the definition.
Oh, come on.
This is straight waffling.
This is waffling.
Give me the definition.
Yeah.
If you said you've explained it so many times, define what it means.
Yes.
Remember, there's a context here.
Yes, but of course.
But wait, I want to say really quick.
I'll explain.
Well, no, wait, I want to be quick. There's a difference on my view between whatever is supposedly essentially necessary and whatever is propositionally necessary.
Okay. Whether it's existentially necessary, propositionally necessary, nonetheless, simply speaking, First, I'm going to use a very specific term, okay? Because there's a difference between something that's contingent and necessitated by another and something that is simply necessary existence.
Okay, say those three things. So there's a contingent thing, you said necessitated by another. Does that just mean explained by another where that other is a necessary fact?
It could be whatever. Just for now, in order,
it's not clear.
I know.
No, it can't be.
But I know it can be. But for the sake of defining it,
no,
it doesn't matter.
I already know what Danny's gonna do. You know what he's gonna say? He's literally gonna say, if dependent is now synonymous with explained, then the moment we say not dependent, that's the same as saying not explained. This is what he's gonna say.
Exactly.
Right, Danny? Yeah.
Exactly.
These atheistic games, bro, like we've been around.
How is this game? Well, these are your terms.
But that's what you do. That's your definition.
Yeah.
That is exactly what you tried to do with dependent and independent to him literally 5 minutes ago. I didn't even want to say anything, but I knew where he was going. I think this is super entertaining. I'm watching this play out and I know where both are going.
Okay.
You're getting to re-explain things in different definitions.
You know what, bro?
And for the record, I want to say this for the record. I don't think y'all are playing games. I think you actually believe this stuff, or you're at least you think you do, right?
This is like that. This was.
I don't know why you're accusing me.
1,000 years.
I don't know why you're accusing me of playing games when I'm trying to understand y'all, right? Okay. And I'm telling you that there's a history here of different kind of modal types, and I reject a modal type that most theists accept.
Can I try something, Hadi?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Danny, do you remember how I said premise 1? It's either f of x is equal to y or y is just by itself?
I remember that.
Cool. When we say y is by itself, you can say brute. One person could say independent. We can say biryani chicken. But we acknowledge that y actually exists and it doesn't need anything to exist.
Okay.
Cool. Premise 2, if there's a disjunction with all the things that exist, okay? If it's the case that everything needs another, then it's just going to be reduced down to f of x is one operator, f of x is another operator, f of x is another. F of x is not a
that part I'm not getting, and that's kind of where we stopped. And I'm not saying this is
no problem. No, Danny. Instead of let's explain it instead of switching topics. Do you want me to explain it to you?
Yeah. So could you explain why it's a disjunction rather than a conjunction if you're describing everything that exists?
Because we are trying to see if it's the case. Here's the problem, Danny. Listen very carefully, okay? When you say, why isn't it a conjunction, you are presupposing that everything that exists is that which needs another. The whole point of this argument is to see... Sorry?
How?
Because Bro, are you seriously asking how? This is crazy.
You can have a conjunction of things that are not
Hadi, listen,
explained by each
listen,
other.
Hadi, this is crazy. Listen to this, okay? Danny, do you agree premise 1 is true?
Sure.
Okay, cool. Premise 2, Hadi, listen to this. Premise 2 is we're literally just saying, let's say that there's a disjunction of everything that exists.
That doesn't make sense to me. I'm trying to explain why it doesn't.
Yeah, Danny, I understand you. Here's what Danny's gonna say. It shouldn't be a disjunction. It should be a conjunction. Instead of it being an or, it should be an and.
But why? Why do I say that, Moshi? Why?
Yes, I know why. Because you're assuming it's a presupposition.
No. Because when you say it's the set of all things that exist, I understand that as a conjunction.
The problem with that, Danny, of it being a conjunction, do you not understand, brother? This is an argument to show you the inconsistencies with everything being option A, dependent, needing a cause, needing another, f of x, okay? The problem with it being a conjunction, listen very carefully. The problem with it being a conjunction is if we say proposition 1 and proposition 2 and proposition this and that,
yeah,
we're presupposing that everything that exists is already option A.
I don't see the entailment there. Look, let me give you an example, right? So, let's say, again, instead of the set of all real things, we'll say the set of people in this live. I wouldn't describe that as, okay, the set of people in this live is Moshi or Danny or Doubt Finesser or Gamer. That just doesn't make sense to me.
You would if you're trying to see if there is even people on this live.
Wait, yeah, maybe he's missing this thing, okay? Maybe this is what you're missing, okay? If the question is there a live right now?
Yes.
It is now an or gate.
The reason why is it's a live if and only if
one
person.
Only one.
We use a disjunction because we just need one operator in order for it to be true.
Because any of the variables.
That makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is when you said the set of all real things or the set of everyone in the live, right? What you just said made sense.
Yeah, the reason we're saying that, so that was just an analogy to explain this. The reason we're saying the set of all things that exist is because it's with respect to a question. Does something exist? Yes or no? Then that question, does something exist, will be an OR gate. If any of the options exist, then there is existence.
So what we're doing is proof by contradiction. We're trying to show you that if there's a disjunction or a set of things that are option A, that are dependent, that need another constantly, then it wouldn't yield a truth value. It would be false. Which means not everything that exists has to be dependent. There must be an independent.
Okay, when I ask these questions, and at least right here, I'm genuinely trying to understand. I'm not saying you don't make any sense. I'm struggling to understand. So let's take the live. There's a live. So it's either there's gonna be someone on the live. It could be Moshi. It could be me. There's their ORs, right? And we know that from the whole set of what you call an inclusive disjunction, right? At least one of them will. You're gonna eliminate some. And I'm just a little confused about.
Instead of guessing what you're going to do, let's just hear premise 3. Since you understand premise 2, do you understand that premise 2 is literally that there's a set of all things, and we're saying that each thing for now is option A, dependent, just to see if there's a contradiction or not. Does that make sense?
So there's a set of all things. Now I'm lost again. There are things that exist, and it could be these options.
Exactly.
Okay.
It could very well be that the set of these things are all dependent.
It could be. Okay, I'm with you.
So we're trying to see if it's the case, if everything dependent yields a truth value, the disjunction is true, then there's no need for something that needs nothing.
Is this the third premise? Sorry.
No, I'm just trying to explain it to you. Okay, premise 3 is this, okay?
Okay.
In order, this is going to be obvious, obviously, but in order for a disjunction to be true, one operator has to.
In order for a disjunction to be true, so like it's either Moshi or I, that's on the live. What was the last part?
In order for a disjunction to be true, one operator has to be true. It's the most simplest thing, brother.
When you say operator, if we're talking about the White House and I say,
Danny, I'm not gonna make you make an embarrassment of yourself. Google, bro. A disjunction is an or statement, right? A or B. In order for the disjunction to be true, only one of them has to be true.
Oh, okay. Is that what you meant to say?
Premise 3 is literally this. In order for a disjunction to be true, one operator has to be
I'm with
true.
you. Okay. I'm with you.
Cannot disagree with premise 3.
No, I'm good. I'm good with you. Okay,
Okay,
good.
thank God. Okay. SubhanAllah. Okay, premise 4. Okay. One second. I'm trying to think how to word it so that they won't be back. Because if you got confused, okay. F of x reduced down, in this case scenario, reduced down is just f of x.
Okay, so f of x is just that's the x that explains y, right?
Okay, exactly. It's the x that explains y. Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay, one second. The x itself, because we're assuming that everything, right, is that. So the x itself now needs another f of x. Let's call the x is now f of x too, whatever, okay? So f of x needs another f of x, right?
Why?
Because, Danny, we're saying, hypothetically, let's just see if everything that exists is dependent.
We're saying...
If it's the case that everything that exists is dependent, then if x is the cause for y, then it logically follows that the x itself also needs a cause. It needs another f of x.
Alright, so if you're stipulating that everything is dependent, then it's going to lend to...
We've already said that in premise 2, bro. We've already agreed, premise 2, that everything is option
Wait,
A.
premise 2 had nothing about dependency, did it?
It did. It said, let's assume, right, that the set of all things is within an inclusive disjunction, and within these things, it's option A, that it needs another, option A.
Oh, no, then I'm not on board with the second premise.
You know what?
Enemy UAV overhead.
No problem. No problem. Let's just, no problem, bro. Let's just say it's a set of all things, and we don't know what's inside it. It's okay. Are you with me?
Okay, I hope, this could be my fault. I really am, I'm quite confident I haven't understood you fully in your argument.
It's okay, bro. Let's assume that it's just a set of all things, but we don't know what's in the set, okay?
Okay.
Friendly UAV online.
Let's assume that the things within the set is only things from option A, which means they need another. Let's assume that.
Okay,
Is that possible?
let's assume... So the way that I would phrase it is that there's a set of all things, and there's a subset of that set.
No. Let's assume that the set... If the set of all things are... Let's just assume premise 2. If the set of all things... Basically, this is what premise 2 is, okay? If the set of all things are option A, which is dependent things, then that yields a contradiction. Therefore, the set of all things cannot be only dependent things. So then we would dive into premise 2 and get a deeper understanding of why that's the case.
Okay, so we're saying, you're telling me that, okay, let's assume that we have a set of all things. Every member of the set is explained by another, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes, let's just assume and see what happens.
Alright.
Okay, cool. If it is the case that something needs another f of x is equal to y, then that means x itself also needs another.
Okay, I'm with you.
So that means if we expand, if we reduce f of x, we're gonna get another f of x. If we reduce it again, it's gonna be another f of x. If we're gonna do it again, it's gonna be another f of x. My question for you, Danny, is could we ever reduce down f of x to anything other than f of x?
To another, well, based on what you constructed, it seems like there's gonna be an infinite series of dependencies, right?
Yeah, there's never ever gonna be an instance where it won't be f of x. Okay? Now, the function itself, a function as an operator, think about this for a second. A function as an operator, f of x, does this hold any truth value?
Does the function hold a truth value?
Yes, the function f of x, is that ever going to hold a truth value?
I'm trying to conceptualize it as a proposition. I mean, f of x is just going to be that which, I thought, to me, that's not a proposition, isn't it? Something that represents, right?
it would be considered undefined at best. It's just a function. It's undefined.
Okay, okay. I'm quite confident I haven't understood you.
Okay, Danny, is a function alone, is a function true or false, or is it undefined?
It doesn't seem like that applies, right? So is that what you're saying?
Okay. Where are you confused on?
So you said f of x. Now, when I hear f of x, here's what I'm thinking. That's the signifier for that which explains y, right?
Yeah. But now, if we reduce down f of x, what are we going to get?
Yeah. So we're going to get another that which explains what explains y.
Yes.
Right.
If we go again, it's going to be
go again. Right. I get that part. And then you said.
So f of x reduced down is always just going to be f of x. It's just like fractions. When you reduce down a fraction.
But in algebra, they wouldn't signify it that way. And I think I understand.
Algebra? What are you talking about algebra?
Because f of x is. I'm just telling you, you're using an algebraic analogy here, right? F of x is an algebra.
This is buffer gates, man.
But in algebra, they do these are functions.
Yes, yes, bro. Functions are introduced in algebra. They're introduced in programming. They're introduced in buffer gates.
When I'm about
you're
to say
assuming the axioms of algebra, and you're like, oh, but we're not talking. This is not has nothing to do with the axioms of algebra.
I'm not talking about. Look. Let me finish the sentence. The point is
talking about the axioms of algebra. What does that do with anything?
Because let me explain why. Because there's a confusion here that you're doing, right? If f of x is explained by another f of x, you wouldn't call it f of x. You call that g of like. Right. So that's what you mean.
Yes. No matter what it is, bro. No matter what it is, at the end of the day, it'll always be reduced down to a function. Just a function. And the reason why is because the function is always posterior to that which we're talking about. In other words, if it's f of x is equal to y exists only because of f of x.
You can say f of x is on its own, it's lacking. It lacks.
F of x on its own.
It doesn't hold a truth value. It's a function. It's not a well-formed proposition. A function on itself is not a well-formed it doesn't hold a truth value.
Yeah. You need input.
Yeah, there has to be an input for it to be a truth value.
But you can't just one function on its own will never produce a value.
Right. You need to plug something in.
Like Danny, imagine this.
Alright, so I have like a few things. One thing is y doesn't necessarily have to be God. It could be energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, right?
We'd have to.
Please, can we focus, please? Okay, Danny. Okay. Sorry, bro. I don't do it again. I'm trying to slow down. Okay, Danny. Hold on, I'm so sorry, bro. Okay, Danny, when you say f of x is equal to y, right? F of y cannot exist unless f of x exists. F of x can't exist unless there's another f of x. F of g. F of g doesn't.
Yeah,
and that can't exist unless f of w, whatever.
Right. I understand that part.
In other words, it'll always just be reduced down to a function. It'll never be anything other than just a function.
But that's given the stipulation that everything in the set of all real things, or two propositions, what I'm gonna say, all are.
Exactly. Now, a function itself, does a function in of itself hold a truth value?
I would incline to say no. I have a hard time understanding.
Of course it doesn't, bro. It's very obvious. Yeah, it does. Well, you can maybe say undefined.
Okay.
That's even a stretch, but like low.
Undefined is a stretch, by the way. It's like, but anyways, in order for a disjunction to be true, one operator has to be true. If all the operators are undefined, the disjunction is not true. If all the operators are false, the disjunction is not true. There has to be at least one thing that's true in order for the disjunction to be true. So now we know that if everything was dependent, option A, then the disjunction would be false, right? And let's just say the disjunction is represented by the variable A, right? Cool. Premise 4, A has to be true because we know that there is existence. Conclusion, not everything is dependent. Something has to exist that doesn't need another existence.
Right.
And that thing, we'll call
But
it
doesn't that
whatever.
contradict the second premise where you stipulated that there's a set of all things where like we're stipulating that
Danny,
the elements of all that.
Premise 2 isn't a presupposition. Okay, do you know what proof by contradiction means?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
I mean, I don't know if I have a definition off the top of my head, but you just show that, hey, if you assume X, Y, Z, whatever, and there's a contradiction,
Then
then
XYZ must be false, yes.
right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's either everything that exists is dependent or not, right?
It's okay. So either everything is dependent or not dependent. Okay.
No, not dependent. It's either everything's dependent or not. I want to be very strict.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Yeah, that's what I thought I said.
Okay. We know that everything has to be dependent or not, and we also know that there is existence, right?
Okay.
Do you deny existence?
No, I think things exist.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. If we know that everything dependent yields a contradiction in respect to existence.
Say that again. Everything dependent.
If we know that if everything is dependent yields a contradiction. In other words, if mathematically or logically we show you that if everything is dependent, it would yield that there's no existence. We know that has to be false because we know that there is existence.
If everything is explained or dependent, rather, then you're saying you can get a contradiction from that?
Of course, if everything depends upon another and that depends upon another, if the set of all things are dependent, if it shows, I'm saying if it's a contradiction, would you agree that that cannot be the case within reality because we do have reality?
Yeah, if there's a contradiction in that,
okay,
then,
the contradiction is that if you have a disjunction filled with dependent things, it'll always be undefined or false. At the end of the day, it's not a true disjunction, and we know that things have to exist, which means that everything that exists cannot always be that it needs another. That would be undefined. There has to be something that exists that needs no other. Show me one issue with our argument, please. I'm waiting.
Well, I'm not so sure if I understand completely. I mean, I'm quite confident I haven't understood. But the first thing is that we're stipulating that that there's this set of things that everything is dependent.
We are not stipulating. We've already explained to you it's proof by contradiction. I said if. So all things is given. You know, we just said it, and I explained it, and I even said you know what proof of contradiction is. So now that you know that we're not stipulating, show me
what was the contradiction?
That the disjunction is false.
That's not a contradiction itself.
The disjunction is that if the disjunction is represented by the letter A, okay? The variable A, the quiddity A, whatever, okay? We know that A has to be true. But unfortunately, if the set of all things is dependent, then A is false. So how can A be true and false at the same time?
Let's start with agreement. You may not have to, maybe I don't have to understand the argument because I'm going to agree that that if there's a world, not everything is explained.
One sec, Danny. No. Stop running away from the argument. Focus on the argument.
I barely understand what you're saying.
Danny, one sec. Do you know what a disjunction is?
Yes.
Do you fully understand premise 1? I asked you and you said yes earlier.
Yeah, that was
okay,
fine.
So you understand premise 1. You understand what a disjunction is. You understand that in premise 2 we said if, which means it's not a stipulation. And you also understand what proof by contradiction is, right? Okay.
Right, but I'm still failing. Okay, so if...
One second, go ahead. You also understand that the disjunction is not yielding a truth value, and you also understand that things have to exist. So
wait, can you do that last one? If that the disjunction doesn't yield a truth value, can you?
You know the disjunction does not yield a truth value.
If there's not one.
Not if. You know that the disjunction doesn't. Bro, the disjunction does not yield a truth value if everything is dependent.
Okay, can you show me that? Why that again? Why
Because every operator reduced down is just f of x, and f of x is undefined. A function's undefined.
I don't see a contradiction there. If I even understand what you're saying.
One sec, Danny. Do you reject that every operator is undefined?
Every operator? No, but I thought these operators stood for propositions.
On the question, bro. Do
Yeah,
you,
look,
don't tell me.
now
Don't
you're
tell me you think that I thought. Do you think that are the operators undefined? Yes or no?
No. At this point, I thought the operators were propositional. Are they not?
Oh my god, bro. Bro, when we say operator, yes, propositions can be operators. Of course.
Well, then they have to either be true or false.
Not only is it the case, the word operator and propositions within a disjunction is 99% of the time used synonymously with one another.
Okay, then they're not undefined. It's either going to be true or false if it's propositional.
That is not true, my friend.
Well, then I don't know what you mean by a proposition.
Are you wait, hold up. Are you claiming that an operator within a disjunction has to be either true or false? It
No,
cannot be
what I'm claiming is that if you consider the operators to be propositional, they have to be either true or false. Because what propositions are the things that
no
are
problem. Is a function on itself true?
I don't think those are propositional. I thought you were using the function as an analogy.
Oh man.
Is this operator f of x? If there's an operator called f of x, is that true?
Can you define operator if it's distinct from proposition, please?
I said 99% of the time they're used interchangeably.
Is this one of those 99 cases?
This is literally not. If
Okay,
there's
so
an
then
operator,
that one case, so you're gonna have to now distinguish between operator and proposition.
typically, when someone refers to a proposition within a disjunction, you're right. It's either true or false. Typically, okay. However, when someone says operator, it's more encompassing. The operator could be true, could be false, it could be undefined.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we say operator, it's more encompassing, inclusive to the other side, you know? That's all it is.
Okay.
Literally. Either way, by the way, here's the irony of this discussion. Whether we use the encompassing one or we stick to propositions, either way, in order for a disjunction to be true, it has to have one thing that's true. And in both definitions, the function is not true. So we're nitpicking on things that don't...
So let's take
now I know you're playing games, bro. Bro, are you kidding me? One second. If you need one proposition or operator, forget it. One proposition or operator. Either way, it's the same thing, bro. That's the point. One operator or proposition needs to be true in order for the disjunction to be true, right?
Okay.
Do you agree? Don't say okay.
Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't have a problem with that.
Fantastic. A function on its own, whether you consider it an operator or a proposition, either way, is it true on itself?
No, it's got those are mutually exclusive. That matters. I don't consider functions to be true theft. They're not propositions.
Within an operator paradigm, within us speaking about just operators, is a function in
Operates
itself
on a proposition.
Is it true on its own? A function.
Sorry, there was an interruption. Could you say that one more time?
Does a function yield a true value? Yes or no?
A true value? Like, is 3 true? If it,
Danny, why are you confused on true value? Why are you
Because
confused?
look, let me tell you the problem, Moshi. You're using a mathematical expression, as I understand it.
Wait, Danny, a true value is not a mathematical.
It's not.
We're talking about, bro, you know, this is where I think you're being intellectually dishonest or you're pretending.
Well, let me show you why I'm not, right? If you have a function...
Danny,
I want to explain why
I'm not gonna let you run away from what you just did, my friend. I know you want to do
Okay,
it.
go ahead. Let me know when I can speak. Let me know when I can speak.
Yeah, no worries, Danny. Do you know what a disjunction is?
Yes.
Can a disjunction yield a value of true?
Yeah,
Can
I'm fine with that.
Can a disjunction be true?
Sure.
Cool. So why is it the case that when I said, can it be true? You're like, true?
No, what can be true? You said the function. You said function. Right?
Yeah.
When you
Can a function be
talk
true?
about
Yes,
functions, then I get
yes.
confused.
You just repeated what he just said.
Can a function be true?
Yeah, I don't think so, but that's where I'm getting confused because I take disjunctions. I don't take disjunctions to be functions.
You don't take disjunctions to be functions?
We're not
I never said a disjunction is a function.
Why are you bringing up functions, in other words?
Oh my
You
god.
gotta take premise one and insert
I thought the
it
whole
into
point.
premise.
I thought the whole
Wait,
point
hold
of
up.
bringing functions.
Do you accept premise one?
Yeah, no. Now I'm going to reject everything because here's what's going on, right?
no.
You've been using.
Oh no.
You've been using the function language. Let me finish. Let me talk. You've been using mathematical expressions like f of x and
Stop saying
y and x, right? I thought as an analogy, okay, to help me understand your argument, but really it's backfiring. It's confusing me, right? So can you just drop the math talk and just talk about the propositions?
Or just define God. Like just define God.
We will drop the math. No problem. We'll drop f of x.
Okay.
Danny, when we were talking about f of x, when we were talking about it, you knew what I meant, right?
I thought I did, but apparently not.
No, Danny, you obviously did because when I said x needs to exist in order for y to exist, you know what that means, right?
I thought I did, but again, based on the questions you've been asking.
Danny, order, I'm telling it to you in English. I can tell it to you in Arabic. I'm practicing Spanish. You want it in Spanish? In order for y to exist, x needs to exist. Did you understand that sentence?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Without using function, because you literally said that I'm adding, right? I'm using math, right? Using logic alone, can you express this relationship to me?
Using logic alone between x and y?
I just told you in order for y to exist, x needs to exist. The way I explain that through logic is very simple. F of x is equal to y.
No, I would just do it in terms of a conditional, right? If x and y.
Yeah, go ahead.
If x and y, why do you need to get all this f of x, g of x function talk? You can just put it in a conditional.
Okay. Now, how can we put if x then y within a disjunction?
Target area confirmed.
Well, I don't know why you would want to put it in a disjunction.
Because we're trying to do a proof by contradiction to see if it's possible for everything to exist.
Okay, well, you could do x or y. I mean, you're just asking how do I put the variables in a disjunction? I can say x or y.
We can't do x or y because in order for you to say x or y, okay, bro, think about this. You're so just think, it takes 2 seconds of thinking, bro. X causes y. So you can't say x or y when x is posterior to y. X comes before...
But what about another possible world? I don't see why you can't.
Even in another possible world, we're claiming that the effect happens at the effect essentially happens the anterior is reversed with the exterior. This has nothing to do with the argument, brother.
Look, I don't see the problem, right? If you say x or y, well, versus if x then y, I don't see why
you know what, Danny? Danny, no problem. You know what? I'm about to show you the inconsistency with what you're saying, right? Watch this.
Well, look, I mean, that might be true, but that's only because I have not understood anything.
Danny, no problem.
Like,
there's no way you haven't understood anything.
Ready, watch this. Heidi, watch this. This is crazy. Ready? Watch this. Danny, you're saying to express what I'm trying to do, we can just put x or y, right?
I don't know what you're trying to do.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You're gonna pretend? No problem. Danny, I'm gonna go back to premise 1. In order for y to exist, x needs to exist. Did you understand that sentence?
Sure, yeah, I understood that.
Cool. Explain that without using f of x.
Yeah, if x and y.
Perfect. If x and y. So don't say that. Ready? Watch this.
No. When I say I don't know what you're doing, I don't know how anything you're saying coheres to form an argument with a conclusion.
Oh, please, wait 1 second. We're running together. If x then y, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I want to compare, Danny, I want to check by proof of contradiction, like I showed you, if there are a bunch of things that exist, would there still be existence? In other words, is the input of just things that need another, if this, then this, if this, then this, would that ever yield an output of existence? How can I do that using logic alone and without this little f of x, because f of x is not logical? How?
Okay, I think I misheard. What was the first part of the question? How do you form in a logical form what exactly?
I want to show proof by contradiction by showing that if there are a bunch of dependent things, and you know what I mean by dependent, we just talked about it. If there are a bunch of dependent things, there would be no existence. So there cannot be a world filled with only dependent things. How can I show you that?
I need an argument.
Danny, very specifically, how can I use a disjunction to express the relationship between dependent things?
I don't know. Look, I don't like I said. I would not characterize a dependency relation with a disjunction. I just wouldn't do that.
Okay,
I would use a conditional or counterfactual.
Bro. Oh my god, bro. This is crazy. By the way, just so you know, f of x is completely allowed to be used, and it's super logical, especially since we're
I'm not
referring
saying.
to...
Look, I'm not. I'm criticizing.
you rejecting f of x is crazy.
No, the thing is that it's actually more confusing to me when you use that language, because then when you ask me the question, well, is f of x true or false? Then I'm get confused when you ask me that type of question, because I don't consider it to be proposition.
Snipers down.
F of x is not true. It's just a function. A function is not a positive at all. It is
Yeah,
not
I mean,
an
like, think about, like, when your first premise, you have x and y. X is x. I don't even know what that means. But the conditional is x and y is...
Okay, what's the point of a function?
What's the point of a function?
Yeah.
Like, what do I use functions for?
Yeah, functions receive things, right?
Yeah, I just think of inputs and outputs, so I have a value and I get a new value, right?
Okay, one second. If the input of a function is just another function, and
No.
Danny,
Would it
stop
be?
saying no. Listen.
Okay,
If
but I already
the-
have... Okay, go ahead, finish.
If the input of a function is another function, and the input of that function is just another function, and the input of that is just a function, and it will always just be another function, will there ever be an actual input, or will it just be...
Look, I don't think... as far as I understand a function, I don't know if it makes sense to say if you put an input, you get an output. You don't get a different function. You have the same
Bro, are you
function.
kidding me?
Bro,
Look,
to
let me
be
give you.
honest.
Let me just give you a simple example.
Just answer the question, Danny. If
The question doesn't make sense.
Danny, wait, okay, are you denying that within a function I can have another function?
No, I'm not denying that. What I'm
Okay,
denying is
fantastic.
that if you have a
So
function and you input a value, get an output,
So
the
then-
output is not a new function.
I'm not saying the output's
no
a
one's saying
function. We never even got an output yet.
We never even spoke about the output.
You said if you put a value in, you're gonna get a value out if it's a function.
No, brother, just listen to the question. Just calm down.
Okay, what's the question?
Listen very carefully. When we say f of x, right? We're saying what if x just represents another function? And
Oh,
we're saying,
okay.
One sec.
Yeah.
And what if the x within that function represents another function?
Okay.
If everything is just constantly a function, right? Will we ever get anything other than just a function? Will we ever get a real input? Or will it
I've
just be-
understood the first part of your question. It doesn't. Will we ever get another input? Can you clarify?
Oh my.
Danny, will we ever get anything other than a function?
I would incline to say no, but this is a bizarre question.
Unfortunately, Danny, this is the problem, bro. I feel like you're just lying to yourself. Honestly, this is why I feel like
I'm pretty
I feel
sure
like-
most people. You're not clear in what you're asking and what you're
I'm
saying.
literally, bro. I feel like I'm in a video game and you're a character and like you're just trying to finesse. Like,
Yeah, and I
just
feel like you're an NPC
Mm.
that's like been misprogrammed.
Danny. If okay,
What?
Danny, look. If it is, watch this. Just watch how clear this is. If it's always going to be a function, okay? X is, it's just the input. The function is always just going to be a function. The input's always just a function. If the input is always a function, will you get anything other than a function?
Will you? When you say "will you get," what are you talking about?
Oh my god, what do you mean by get now?
Okay, no problem. What I mean by get is not the output of the function, but rather the okay, you know how in the function there are brackets? One sec, do you know how in the function there are brackets?
Yeah, for those parentheses, yeah.
Parentheses, okay, fantastic. Now, within the parentheses, we have to add something, right?
Right, that's the input.
Wait, one sec, that thing you want to add, what do you want to call that?
Input.
You could put it, just say input.
Fantastic, okay. If the input is a function and the other input is a function, and if every single input is the function,
Okay.
will you ever get an input eventually that's anything other than a function?
Oh, okay. I think I might understand. It seems like no.
No, not that it seems like no. I literally just said if every single input is a function, will the input ever be anything other than a
Yeah,
function?
no. So it's no.
Okay, fantastic. Now watch this. SubhanAllah, you've actually proven God's existence. I'll show you why. When I said the word output, I did that purposely, by the way, because I wanted you to argue against yourself. You know why? Watch this now. When I said output, you said I don't know what that means. How can a function just give us an output?
No, I do know what that means.
Whoa. Okay, no problem. It's
Another
okay.
arguing against yourself.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. So I want you to argue against yourself because
What I
earlier
said, no. Let me explicitly say what I said. I don't know what it means to say that if you have an input-output, that somehow output necessarily entails a function. That's what I'm just.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, that functions are always inputs.
No problem. If the input is always a function,
yeah.
Okay. Will you ever get an output?
That you will. Then it seems like to me, based on I understand you, all the outputs will be functions, right?
No, there's no outputs. It's undefined.
Okay, now
So
I don't get it. I don't get it.
This is the basic. This is the most basic like. I can explain this in Java. I can explain this in Python. I can explain it in buffer gates.
Bro,
you know what?
I didn't know we'd have to resort to whole empty cups and water, bro.
Yeah. You know what that is? I can even explain it in algebra if you want.
Okay.
Say you had f of x, okay? And f of x. Within f of x, there's another f of x. Okay.
There's a different function.
Yeah. And within that, there's a different function. Okay. And if this went on forever.
But the output's going to be functions because you're going to have to plug that into the other function, right?
One sec. If it's just f of x, is that a number?
F of x could be a number, right?
It could potentially be.
Well, what else would it be? I mean, if we're talking about algebra.
It could be a variable within the.
Well, what is a variable without a number that doesn't represent a number? What does that even mean? In algebra, maybe in computer science, I don't know, but what is a variable but a representative?
Simple. F of x is equal to 1.
Okay.
Now, if I had f of x, and inside of f of x, it's another f of x, and inside of that is another f of x. Inside of that is another f of x. Okay.
Yeah. Do you get 1?
Would it ever logically make sense that an infinite set of f of x's would ever entail 1?
I got distracted. That's my fault. You're
Bro,
saying that
stop reading the
if
Discord chat. Stop. I think that's why you're getting confused, bro. You're just reading the Discord chats. Okay. In math, do you agree that left side has to equal right side?
Yes.
Okay, and also in accounting, right?
Sure, I would think so. Equals is equal.
Okay. If I say on the right side of the equation, it's a number 1.
Okay.
Does that mean that on the left side of the equation it also has to equal 1?
Yes.
Okay. What if I said that on the left side it doesn't equal 1? It equals just f of x. Okay.
Well, then f of x would have to be 1.
Okay, one sec. And within it. Okay. We're right now arguing whether an infinite set of functions will ever yield a positive output.
I mean, is this stuff isn't temporal, is it?
Danny, under the presupposition that a function in of itself cannot yield a positive. Let's just assume this, okay?
Okay, say that again one more time, sorry.
Let's assume that a function can never yield a positive.
Instead of negative, like a negative number?
We're talking about we're talking about in a disjunction, you know how there's operators?
Okay.
And one of them has to be true. Let's just say a function on its own can never yield positive, can never be true.
Oh, can never be true. A function. Okay.
Does that mean that the disjunction is true?
So, like, if none of them, then the disjunction can't be true, right?
Okay. And if the disjunction is not true, what does that mean? That means not all things that exist are dependent. Would you agree?
Not all things, but the disjunction is so you're saying there's some kind of contradiction there
Because if the disjunction is false and the disjunction represents the set of all things, then that means that
I mean, look, that doesn't make sense to me, right? We already went over that.
What doesn't make sense?
If you're talking about this, if the set is of all things, it's not going to be in the form of a disjunction.
But we've already explained that it's not stipulation, it's proof by contradiction. We've already explained this.
Wait, no, I'm just saying that I get lost when you say, here's a disjunction, and it's the set of all things.
Yeah, if the disjunction is if the set of all things is just dependent things, right?
The set, okay, but that if the disjunction is the set of all things, say that again.
If the disjunction, which is the set of all things, is dependent, and that disjunction is false, then it is absolutely true that within reality it cannot be filled with dependent things.
Again, you said it in the same phrase. You said the set of all things, and you included the disjunction, right? And I just don't, I don't get that. I don't know if I'm missing.
By the way,
something.
Danny, you had the same objection about 22 or 23 minutes ago, and we explained it to you, and now you're asking the same thing.
Yeah, because your friend corrected you and said that we shouldn't say that's the set of all things. It's something else. That
Danny, I can't believe this, bro.
Okay, Danny. Simply put, like, okay, forget the logic. Like, it's gone, to the stage. If you have an empty cup.
Okay.
Are you gonna get water from the empty cup?
No.
Okay. If you have
not
two
if I
empty-
have not if I thought that it was empty.
Yeah, we're presupposing it's empty, right?
Yeah.
Which is
Okay.
we have two empty cups. Are we gonna get water from those?
No,
empty
I wouldn't
cups?
want to get water if I wanted water.
Yeah. So like, let's say
I am with you.
we needed water right now. Are we gonna get our water from empty cups?
No,
Why not?
Incoming.
because there's no water in the cups.
Okay. Now I have a row of infinite empty cups.
Okay.
Am I gonna go to the row of infinite empty cups to get the water?
No,
Why not?
because there's no water in any of the cups, and I want water.
Exactly. So now, an empty cup can receive water. Like your cup is empty, you can put water into the cup.
Oh, wait, Hattie, can I add something to this? Danny, imagine someone runs up to you.
Wait, you should just let him finish the cup example.
Wait,
This is about the punchline.
Finish it.
Come on, let him finish. You're so close.
Let
You're so
him finish
close.
it first.
Bro, it's one part literally is super important, I swear.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Danny, imagine someone runs up to you, says, "Here's a cup full of water." Now you have to now how did he go? Did he go to this
Yes,
where'd he
yes,
go to get
okay.
this water?
Yes, precisely.
Yes,
A guy comes up and he says, "Yo, look, I got a cup of water."
See?
Okay.
You're already gonna assume that he didn't get the cup of water from the empty cups.
Why would I? Okay, I'm assuming that, or you're stipulating that.
Wait, why would you assume?
Oh, no, bro.
Just because there's one infinite series of empty cups.
No,
doesn't
sorry.
mean
I
there's-
think what they're trying to say is any logical person ends up reasoning that
Yes,
he
it's a
had to have
rational
gotten it from somewhere else. That's what.
I think that's
that's
clear,
what he
though.
means.
Bro,
Look-
please, then you just agreed, bro. Bro, come on.
Sorry, that's what you're trying to say, right? I'm
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
that's
follow
what I'm trying
along.
to say.
What I'm trying to say
okay.
is that there are worlds where I'm fine with saying there's a world where there's an infinite series of empty cups, but then right next to that series there's a cup full of water, and there's worlds where it's not like that, right? So which world am I in?
Bro, you're overcomplicating the hell out of it, please.
Well, I'm just saying that if someone
Simply, bro, it's not.
Look,
okay,
I'm playing along with your water
overcomplication-
game, so keep going. Like,
Look,
it makes sense.
Overcomplication is fine, but when you're overcomplicating it, and that's the gateway to just like. escape
Sorry,
what
did I
you
make a
said.
mistake in reasoning, or did I not?
Yes, you did.
Yes,
Okay,
definitely.
what was the mistake in reasoning?
Yes, because now you're starting to talk about possible worlds, midrashinu, potato, patata.
But did you
Stick to the
stipulate that?
topic.
Look, you have to stipulate that there are no other
Oh my
cups
God,
full of
please.
water, right? That's
I
what you have
don't
to
even know what you're saying. Okay, let's get back to the topic. There's an infinite set of empty cups. Someone has water in their cup.
Okay.
Don't you assume that, like, logically speaking, that he didn't get the water from the empty cups?
Yeah, I assume that he got the cup of water somewhere else.
Okay, that's all I said earlier. It was very
Okay.
simple. That's it,
Misunderstood.
okay?
My bad.
It's all pure goodness, brother.
Hostile
Pure goodness.
UAV in the area.
So now, objective goodness as well. So anyway, so now there's a reason empty cups will never produce water. Now, empty cups can receive water. I can pour water into your empty cup. But from empty cups, you'll never get water. What does this mean? This means that you can never get reality from things that are empty in reality.
Wait, you
need
mean
something.
something coming from nothing? That
If there was an infinite set of dependent things, because what are empty cups here? They represent dependent things. They can just receive existence from others. They're receivers, right? Just like the functions we were talking about earlier. They're just receivers. They can just take existence or receive existence, right? On their own, they are empty. They don't exist. Dependent things on their own don't exist. Simple. Now, the only way dependent things can exist, the only way the empty cups can have water is if you have an independent water source that isn't itself just an empty cup.
Yeah, but the first thing is that dependency relations in themselves can be contingent. So you might have, for instance, a cup
What?
of water that, or an empty cup.
Wait, what did you just say? What did you just say?
That dependency relations themselves can be contingent, right?
What
So
does that
you
have to do with anything?
Because
Souls are
that
contingent
shows,
or what?
that shows that you can have an object that's dependent on one world, and another object that's not dependent on another world, right? And it could exist by itself without.
Where are other possible worlds coming into this?
Well, you're making a claim about an
Yeah,
impossibility.
so you're
right?
saying dependent things can just exist by themselves?
No, but a thing that is dependent, it's a contingent fact that it's dependent, right?
Contingent fact that is dependent, bro, please. Can the empty cup have water? Yes or no?
No.
Can the
empty cups don't have
dependent
water.
thing have existence on its own? Yes or no?
Can something exist without explanation?
That wasn't my question. Can dependent things exist on its own? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. That's what I said earlier. Stop trying to
That's not what
overcomplicate
you
it.
said earlier. I don't
That's
think.
literally, I just repeated the same
No
sentence
problem.
twice.
No problem. It's okay.
But anyway.
Everyone heard this. Everyone heard this.
Yeah, like I literally just said the same sentence twice the first time you had a
Okay,
reaction.
I
the
thought
second
there were
time
two
you said yes.
questions. Go. Okay, so yeah, I'm
So
fine
a
with saying that.
dependent thing cannot give rise to existence.
Right, but
Okay.
but the dependency relation is itself contingent, right?
What
So
does
you
that have to do with anything?
Bro, a
Because then
dependent
that
thing.
thing could exist by itself in a world where it doesn't require that thing that it depends on.
Okay, if you're saying a dependent thing can exist by itself,
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I said.
He's saying this, bro. He's saying the most rubbish thing. Has nothing to do with anything. He's literally saying this. If P depends upon A, then there could be a possible world where P depends upon something other than A.
No, that's not what I'm saying, right?
He's saying nothing. Like I'm telling you.
Let me. It's not like y'all are interested in what I'm saying. Look, if I say P depends on A, there's a world that dependency relation is contingent such that you can have another world where there's P and A, but there's no dependency relation, and P could exist without A.
That's what I just said.
That's not what you said.
I just said this. I literally just said. If
No.
P
You said without A. A is existing in both worlds.
No. No, listen carefully, Dad. I never said. This is what I said. I said if P depends upon A, okay, then there's a possible world where P doesn't depend upon A. Not that A doesn't exist, but rather P does not depend upon A because the relationship is contingent.
Yeah,
That's what I
okay,
said.
that's correct, right? And so the point is,
So why are you pretending that? So you need to listen, brother. You need to listen, literally.
I feel like you haven't been listening to me, right? So
Danny. So now that we know, okay, listen. Oh my God, bro. The relationship between two dependent things has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're bringing up a random topic.
That's what I said. He's just bringing up some random thing.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you're right. I mean, I thought I understood you. Maybe I didn't
Danny,
understand.
Bro,
listen
there's
carefully.
no way.
We never said there are two dependent things. We're saying imagine there's one thing that exists. Sorry, could it be the case that one thing exists that needs another, but there's no other for it to exist?
No.
Okay, so one dependent. Okay, and now is there existence or no?
That thing would.
Wait,
if
you still didn't answer my question a long time ago where energy already fits that specific definition. Energy exists in itself without needing other things.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. It's 4 a.m. I can't do this.
What? Why do you not want to talk about energy?
Honestly, guys.
Like literally,
so
I've just
late.
been like, I've been waiting
honestly,
patiently
guys,
for that answer.
Do you want to know the real answer?
Yeah.
I'm super terrified. You guys have destroyed my argument, and I need to recoup because I'm having an existential crisis. Like that's exactly what's going on right now. So you guys watch
Team deathmatch.
Well, I'm quite confident I didn't understand y'all. I don't think it's very clear what you're what your argument is supposed to conclude. Not to me, at least.
I think we all need to
cups
just
and
go to
water,
bed.
bro. Just trust.
Bro, honestly, at this point, faith, bro. Faith is real.
I'd rather go
I mean,
for that than whatever this argument is supposed to
Yes,
amount.
even though you agree with the empty cups of water to the
But you see, I don't
in
think
the
that
butt.
entails anything that is going to support theism.
Oh
Yeah,
my god, man.
and the thing is, Hedy, the crazy part is that he just said a lot of they were back in this argument, but then in another breath he says, I didn't understand.
I don't
the argument."
understand the argument.
Well, how can you say you prefer this over
What I
that
said
if you
is
don't
I'm
even know what I'm saying?
confident that I haven't understood, but they're bits and pieces.
Oh my god. Okay, خلاص.
Sure,
This
sure.
is-
They're bits
Yeah,
and pieces that I
gotcha.
can understand, but I can't put it together.
Exactly. So you're in one breath saying you're not confident that you understand my argument, but yet you're gonna go here and you're gonna go and judge my argument and say this is better than that. You don't even know my argument.
Well, look, the point is that if you have, I can understand some premises, but I don't see how they cohere. From
Right. You don't understand my
Okay,
argument.
now he
Yeah, I
understands,
don't understand the
but he
argument,
doesn't. Okay,
and
now
I'm
you
quite
understand, but you
I
don't
just
see
want to
how
know
it
why
follows.
energy isn't considered like, or like, I don't understand. You just not consider God energy? I just
Does
can you
energy
explain that?
exist outside the universe?
Yes.
Sounds
Then-
like a assumption to me.
Sounds like a weird type of energy, you know?
Okay, no problem, bro. So you're basically saying that something
Well,
exists
okay,
independent.
hold on. Why would I assume otherwise? I'm sorry. Why,
Okay,
I
no
don't get
problem,
it.
bro. No problem. So you agree. So you,
Anyways, guys, I gotta go. Yallah,
yeah, to be honest,
good
there's no
talking.
problem.
Thank you for the
Okay,
discussion, everyone.
we'll
Danny,
get to
Flatboy,
we'll get to
words.
Enemy UAV overhead. Friendly UAV online.
Ooh.
The lead is ours. Taking the lead. Resupply activated.
Planting mine.
The enemy has the lead.
I'm reloading.
The lead is ours. We've lost the lead.
Fuck.
Our UAV is orbiting the
Oh
area.
no, you look about the same
Good
age.
night, guys.
Oh.
I'm just saying, I feel like we traded a.
Friendly UAV
Can I
online.
steal your nail design?
You can borrow it. If you need the full thing, there's also a little bunny with a rabbit on the.
Taking the lead.
Oh,
that's so cute. Oh,
oh, bunny with a carrot.
Jazzy.
Hi, okay, hello.
It's a third. It's actually a third. It's actually a 32A. In US size.
No, no, you're wrong.
How does that work? That doesn't sound right.
I'm a 30.
Oh, I almost stuck to you, boy.
You're halfway to mission complete.
Oh, well,
Keep
I'm,
the
off,
pressure on.
I'm off by millimeters.
I'm a
Fine.
40. Oh,
I'm off, I'm off by this much. That's pretty damn close.
I'm a
Pretty
40.
Hostiles launched an SAE.
Remember, I'm going off a 2D model.
Okay, so here. Alright, see how good you really are.
I don't get a 3D image.
What's my weight? Here's a really good one.
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't even need a picture for that. How tall are you?
5'5".
And he's tiny.
Enemy
I mean,
counter
I'm
UAV is active.
5'2", but
I feel like they are tiny.
slim thick, yo. What?
I'm a little thick.
Little.
But you said he is tiny. I feel like.
Huh? No, I said Andy.
Whoosh!
That's Andy. That's
Whoosh! What a room for that to go over someone's head in, right? Whoosh!
I wanted
I'm gonna go with
yeah, pre-fire.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
smart.
with 65 kilos, which is 140 pounds.
Now you're not close on that. I'm 166.
My math is
Enemy
off.
UAV active.
Because it's 2 point.
Survivor.
2 points.
Friendly UAV on station.
They tried to permanently ban my account twice, and after multiple appeals... They tried to permanently ban...
Oh, good shit.
Taking effective fire!
Hostile sentry is online.
What? Get fucked.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Bastards! Stop shooting at me!
They tried to permanently ban my...
Jesus Christ, they're all posted up on that fucking building over there with a sentry gun and everything.
With you till the end.
Oh,
Lighting mine!
yeah. They're pretty held up pretty good. Oh, fuck! Boy came flying into the shotgun. Oh, and he's still there.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV active. Enemy care package incoming.
We've lost the lead. We're losing ground.
Oh, shit! Boy's right there.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Get me medical!
Mission compromised. We're done.
Oh, did Rhett time out or rage quit?
That's a good question. He said he had a really bad leg, so I guess we'll see. Oh, the M16?
SPR 208. No, I already have the M16 gold.
Oh shit, nice.
Oh.
I have all the assault rifles, all the SMGs, all the
And is
LMGs.
surprised when you inform them that that's legal.
All of
That's
the
pretty.
battle
That's pretty
rifles.
surprising.
It's not cool.
I'm working on.
Well, things like aunts, uncles, cousins, they
Why is he not seeing my comment? What did you say?
What do you mean? Huh?
Well, no, because they're not specified as incest.
Oh wait, really? I didn't know this that whole time.
Yeah, learning things all the time. I used to make friends, make fun of my friends in North Carolina all the time. Like, oh, you met a new guy? Oh, nice. Is he like your cousin? Did you grow up together? Blah blah blah. and then they like brought up my constitution, and I'm like, holy shit. And then I brought up all of theirs, and I'm like, you're just as bad as us. And then we were all sad together. It's amazing what's legal. We just assume it's illegal, but it's not.
That's crazy. I did not know incest was only for immediate
You can
family.
marry your uncle. That's legal.
Did you also know
That's
actually
nasty.
legal? It's legal in Jersey. Incest, actual incest. It's insane.
Oh, there's plenty of states in the US where actual incest is legal, but yeah, they wouldn't grow their population.
Nice to meet you.
Like, no one's moving there.
Ari, why you not talking?
Ari. Apology.
Ari, hear you if you're talking.
I think Ari's asleep.
Maybe. Wait, we're talking. Oh, we hear you. Hold on, wait. I heard something.
Something like a little bit.
Oh, isn't that sweet? My girlfriend just offered to meet up KFC if I wanted.
Okay, so have y'all been able to hear me this whole time? Because I did notice y'all was talking over me.
No, this is the first time hearing you.
I was like, that's weird. Why is Ari talking? Did I...
Oh, if I just kept pretending not to hear you, I could have got away with this for ages.
So then, what I have to say is this is an unhinged, unprofessional debate. I get in here and all I hear is I'm a 32B, followed by biddies. What is going on? This is unhinged. What are you doing, girl? Like, you need to be asleep. It is 3:12 CST.
Setting mine!
It's 4:12 over here.
We're not doing formal advertising for a government department here. We're just shooting the shit.
Yeah, I was just advertising my breast. This is all. I'm proud of it. I just hit a beat. I'm super proud of it.
Like, he, she, they are just proud of their lumps, and they're just like, judge my lumps, my lovely he, she, her lumps.
Okay, Fergie. Okay, Fergie, get it? Y'all, thoughts
See,
on Fergie?
it really ruins the rhythm of the song when you're inclusive.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're really.
The roast bananas.
3, 4.
What are you doing?
Ari said 3. Oh, never mind. Wait, we're talking about time. Yeah.
Ari, your side.
It's 4:13 here. They're an hour behind me. I don't know.
So tell you a really funny story about my mother meeting gay people for the first time.
Friendly UAV online.
When I get back from getting another drink.
Yeah, I got conked after that night, and I woke up at 3 in the morning, and I was on a call with my boyfriend, and he was snoring like a motherfucker. And so then I came in here, and I tried to get in, but I muted myself on the call, but then you still couldn't hear me, so I just ended the call, because it's like, he's fucking off, so what's he gonna care?
Bro, I can't believe he literally could. I was like, there's no way Ari is just ignoring all of us. I was like, that's why I was like, you know what? Let me just tell them that we cannot hear. Word.
I was like, hey Ari, where are you? No, you missed the whole story that he had before. You missed the whole, like,
in here screaming at you, Addison, like, why are you still awake? And y'all didn't hear shit.
And I
yeah.
have class at 9 a.m.
The only reason I'm not, I don't have work today, so I don't know what you're on.
Setting mine.
Yeah, like TikTok songs stuck in your head too, or what?
Wait, what? Well, when he gets back, I'm gonna bring in our next guest because the thing is, they have been waiting very, very patiently.
I'm low-key attracted. I don't know why.
All right, you ready for my story?
Yes, trans women.
Gather around the campfire, children.
My
Are you
camera
like-
could be on.
Are you like the elder right now? Are you the elder?
Sure, why not?
Where's your staff?
I am old, so just like fuck it.
Do you have your staff?
He's a dad.
My staff.
I look exhausted.
This is not that kind of TikTok, bro.
Okay, bro.
Deployed. Friendly UAV on station.
Leave
Whoa.
so sing this SpongeBob song.
What is happening?
So my mother grew up like she super Catholic, and she's like super homophobic. Like she always had, like I said when I was talking about my story growing up in that regional area, like she's like fucking blah. Anyway, she stopped watching fucking How I Met Your Mother because she found out Barney was gay. She's like, now there's a gay person trying to teach men how to be men, and I'm like, Mum, since when do you want men acting like Barney?
Right.
Which I thought was a pretty good point.
Changing mags.
So, I brought her down to my city for this trip, and I'm like, right, I'm having a big party tonight, and I just need you to know there's going to be a gay couple at my party, right? This is back in my army days when I was in the army. It's gonna be a gay couple. I just need you to fucking chill, okay? Just don't bring up anything. Don't give them a hard time, nothing. Because I knew she was never gonna pick who they were. So, in my unit, I worked in intelligence. In this unit, we had two blokes transfer over from infantry into intelligence because of all the shit that they were getting in infantry. They swapped over to intelligence, right, to move into a more accepting area of the military. And they were the buffest, blokiest, manliest men I think I've ever met in my life. One was called Bushy, the other one was called Hawko. They could bench press a Volkswagen. They just happened to pound each other, that's all. Nothing unusual.
Nothing unusual.
And they were great guys. So we're at this party, right? Now we had two really effeminate blokes. They were straight. Two effeminate Navy blokes, and I knew Mum was going to think that they were them. And of course she did. So she's talking to the gay guys about the straight boys. She's talking to Bushy and Hawko, the two blokey guys, who just happen to pound each other's backs, about the two girly straight men. Agree with you, Kathy. These faggy boys just really, like, we don't like it. It's just terrible. But they were so clever. They didn't say anything that was false. Because they, personally, didn't like really...
They tried to permanently ban my account twice, and after multiple appeals, I got my account back each time. But you know it's going to happen again, given the kind of stuff. All right, so Divine They tried to permanently ban my account twice, and after multiple appeals, I got my account back each time. But you know it's going to happen again, given the
Alpha.
What the?
We control Alpha. Enemy is taking Bravo. Enemy is securing Bravo.
Setting mine.
Objective Bravo is compromised. Take it back. Securing objective Bravo.
Bastards! They're shooting at me!
The enemy controls 2 objectives. Push the offensive. We are taking Bravo.
To your right on top.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. We are taking Charlie. Enemy UAV overhead. Objective Bravo secured. Securing Charlie. We are losing Bravo. Securing objective Charlie. We control 2 objectives. The enemy took Bravo. Charlie secure. Securing objective Bravo. We are losing Charlie. We are taking Bravo. We have the lead. We control all objectives. Maintain the perimeter. We are losing Alpha. Enemy UAV active. Enemy is taking Charlie. Friendly care package in the AO. Enemy is securing Charlie. Resupply. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
There's one behind us on the roof.
Take it back. Enemy is taking Bravo. Shit, we have lost Bravo. Secure Bravo. Friendly Wilson rolling in. enemy holds 2 objectives. Get them secure. We are taking Bravo. Hostile UAV in the area. Securing objective Bravo. We are taking Charlie. Secure Bravo. Enemy counter UAV is active. We are taking Bravo. Enemy UAV overhead. Securing objective Bravo. Bravo secure. Friendly sentry online. Securing Charlie. Enemy is taking Alpha.
Enemy spotted.
We hold all objectives. Keep them secure. The enemy took Alpha. You're halfway to mission complete. We are losing Bravo. Enemy is securing Bravo. We have secured 2 objectives. We are losing Bravo. Survivor. Securing Alpha. Secure Bravo. The enemy has captured 2 objectives. Move to secure. We control Bravo. Enemy UAV active. Enemies deployed a counter UAV. We are taking Alpha. We control 2 objectives.
Enemy spotted.
Securing Alpha. All objectives secure. Escape counterattacks. Hostile mortar strike incoming.
I'm
We
reloading.
are losing Charlie. Enemy counter UAV is active. We have lost Charlie. Hostile UAV in the area.
Blinding mine.
We are taking Charlie.
Close one. Grenade.
2 objectives secure. Friendly Overwatch helo in the area. Enemy is taking Bravo. Enemy is securing Bravo. We control all objectives. Maintain the perimeter. Objective Bravo is compromised. Take. Friendly gunship is inbound.
Enemy planted at Alpha. That round. Be ready for the next.
Imagine getting killed by a stock gun.
Search and destroy. Hunter 1 set security on the objectives.
There's 3 here.
Let me.
Last two directly over.
Planning, one's planning, one's planning.
The enemy planted at Bravo. Resupply. We lost that round. Stand by for the next one.
Let's check this fires.
Search and destroy. All hunters secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Oh, right above you, right above you.
That round's ours. Let's win another. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Hunter 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. Charge secured.
got you.
What did you get?
Search and destroy. All hunters detonate the target to win. You've secured the device. Set perimeter.
Yo, pro tip, you gotta watch the bomb.
Switching sides. Search and destroy. All hunters defend the objectives.
Hostile bomb drone is active.
Took the last that round. Be ready for the next.
Are you guys ready to lose? Talking to you, Hal. You ain't no Hal.
Team, shut up.
You shut the fuck up. You're on the bomb. You're a team.
Search and destroy. All hunters secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Hostile mortar strike in the area.
Over here, mid. Bomb mid.
Dude, I was ready to lose. What happened?
Yo, prepare to lose. Cause don't fear rum is here.
I am prepared.
Okay, well luckily. Negative.
And destroy. All hunters defend the objectives.
Friendly UAV on station.
Let's go up top.
1 minute left. Won that round. Now do it again.
Yo, yeah, I'm just playing, man. Can y'all... No, bro, please, bro. I was just playing, bro. I got a family, bro. I got a family, bro. Y'all gotta stop being mean to me, bro. Please, bro. I beg you,
Twice
bro.
already, I've been wanting to lose.
Okay, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Search and destroy. All hunters, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. We have the device.
Oh, he's going top 8, top 8.
Well, here's your last chance to give me what I want. Go ahead, bro.
All hunters detonate the target to win. We've secured the bomb.
One's hiding in the middle, like, long alley. And there's that little cove.
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
Last minute. Bomb secure.
1v1. Oh yeah, you heard him for sure.
30 seconds left. Mission
Gosh,
complete.
that rum guy
Good
left.
job.
Imagine that. That shit was fucking stupid.
I'm gonna say is any logical person ends up reasoning that he had to have gotten it from someone.
There is a dependency relation between P and Q, such that Q depends on P.
Okay, so are they both necessary?
Yes.
Okay, so one is necessary and dependent, right?
Yeah.
Okay, necessary and what?
Just necessary, not extended.
Oh my god. Okay, why
No.
isn't it the case that it's necessary?
No. That
Receive
First, even think of that thought.
But think of all the
Every time Moshi